With that, I will call the meeting to order, and as always, we'll start off with opening prayer.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to gather today. We thank you for another day of life. Just let us use it to the best of our ability. Thank you for the grace that you give us. Just ask that you be with the members of our community. A lot of folks not feeling well, sick. Just ask that you touch them, be with them. Be with members of this board, dear Lord, and the decisions that we make. Just help us have wisdom and do the best that we can for the citizens of the community. Keep us safe and well. Thank you for all you do for us. Most importantly, thank you for sending your Son, Jesus Christ, to die for our sins. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Walter, I'm gonna break you in. You can do the pledge again.
All right. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You've done better than me. First time I opened the door, I left half of them. Good, so that's all right. You go. Check our form.
7 minutes.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
For our meeting today, Ms. Cook and Book,
Present.
Mr. Cox.
Here.
Mr. Phillips.
Here.
Mr. Booth.
Here.
And Mr. Terman.
You're
Weak.
what to tell you. I'm weak this one. Can keep up and want to this one. The approval of the agenda, we do wanna make a correction. Delete, 22,
The second 22.
the second 22,
Thank
which
you.
would be board time.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with those amended. Remove the second 22 as we have that already on number 20.
A second. I was waiting on somebody second and then go to discussion.
Oh, okay.
I was just
Does
wondering,
anybody
do
have
y'all have
anything to add
anything?
to or take away?
You got it?
Nothing with Steve's reports or nothing?
Yes, they will be provided in close.
Under, but I'm saying, we've got the one closed. Is that just the one cover
Yes, sir.
everything?
Yes, sir,
Okay. So we don't have anything on the,
not yet. If it comes up during, maybe
we'll
ask.
amend then.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay,
I was just wondering, sorry.
okay.
All right, on the approval of the agenda with the amendment of removing the second 22, which denotes board time, Ms. Cook and Book.
Yes.
Mr. Booth.
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
Yes.
Mr. Phillips.
Yes.
And Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm slow this morning.
yeah, think about that.
We're all slow.
I was already thinking about something else. Next would be the approval of the disbursements. Anybody have any questions or comments?
Pretty standard for the first of the year.
Yeah.
Anybody has any
Some of the,
And
questions
please,
or comments?
please
I'll
note
take-
on the second set of disbursements that was uploaded, that's thanks to Sydney, who's keeping track of it. She actually contacted the lender and stated we did not get the invoices to ensure that we got them, had them printed and sent on time. So wanna just do a thank you to Sydney for being on top of that.
Bond payments, so
Yes.
this is pretty important.
Yeah.
18,000 to Thompson Trucking, is that a month's
Oh.
billing on trash transfer?
Seems low.
Well, that's why I was asking, 18,760 is the amount, and if I can get my pencil.
We must add less trash.
911-830.
What'd you say?
We must add less trash this time.
No, then this last one was 30,000.
Or is that something else?
No, that's outgoing
It's
waste.
outgoing waste.
A lot of people clean out after Christmas.
I noticed that the boxes at Willis, it's not been as full as they usually are.
Well, I think you're emptying them more often.
Yeah, I think a lot of people clean out their stuff.
Is that,
There they go up now.
well, I would just wanna make sure, it just seemed a little low
Mhm.
for me.
And there were two that month, so we had on the 23rd, 30,000. And then on the 30th, that 16. And 970. And 1293.84.
Yeah, it looks like their invoice was just broken down into 3 parts.
Mhm.
Not sure
Okay.
why it came in that way, but that's what she received, so that's how
Okay.
she entered it for payment. Cause it had 3 separate invoice numbers.
Whoops.
Well, do we actually pay them more than once a month?
I don't think
Not
usually.
usually, but again, that was the way they had invoiced.
They have it's broken down when you open up the invoice, it's broken down to like 200, 210, 22, and it's broken down into 68 pages.
Just wanted to be clear.
I
just wanted to make sure that
But it does look like all of the invoices are for December.
Yep.
Runs.
okay, that's all I had, sir, I was just,
Anything else?
that number seemed
Still,
low.
yeah.
If not,
Yeah,
I'll
but
take
with
a
everything
motion
else.
to approve.
So moved, sir?
I think I already seconded the motion, didn't I?
That was on the last one.
Yeah, we did.
We're
I'll
just doing
second.
disbursements.
All right. On a motion to approve the disbursements, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes. Next will be the improvements of minutes,
There's 2 sets.
2 sets of them. You want to put them together or something?
I just, one thing I wanna double check.
Let's do 12 first.
Well, I think we have to take them separate since, yeah, Supervisor Phillips wasn't here for the
Okay.
12.
Alright,
You abstain.
on the, I'll make a motion, we approve the
12-11.
12-11 minutes.
Got a
I'll second.
motion, second,
On a motion to approve the minutes for 12-11, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Abstain.
and Mr. Terman.
yes. Alrighty, with that we'll go to
Sorry.
January the 13th.
I'll make a motion, we approve the January 13th minutes with an amendment.
It'd actually be the 5th.
I mean, January the 5th, I'm sorry.
I looked at the wrong date.
With an addition or amendment. After the closed session and the certifications, I think we said we wanted to do the actual certification vote after every closed session.
Right, listed.
out. Is it not like that on the?
It just said, well, as soon as I can find it, it says unanimously carried, but it doesn't have the actual vote, I don't think. I'm getting there.
You are
Motion to
correct.
come
It
out
does
of
not.
closed session.
Yeah.
Certification motion, but it doesn't actually have the vote on
My
the
apologies, I'll add
certification.
that, cause I do have a note of that.
Cause I think we had decided
Yes,
we
we did.
wanted to do
Yes,
that on that.
it's on the other one.
Yeah.
Okay,
All good.
I'm sorry I didn't catch it sooner,
That's okay.
but I'll make a motion with that amendment.
Second.
on a motion to approve the January 5th minutes with amending, listing the voting after the certification for each supervisor. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Terman?
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Kermy?
Good morning, happy
Morning.
New Year.
Morning.
Hello, Mr. Phillips,
Nice to-
welcome, looking forward
Thank
to
you.
working with you on the board here. We had our January meeting last night, reorganization. Stayed the same, James is our chair, Laura is our vice chair. Janet is still our clerk, although she is retiring at the end of April.
What?
So, we will be appointing a new one in the coming months. We don't wanna talk about that right now though. Still
Sure.
in denial that that's happening. We continued our regular meeting date and time, second Monday of the month at 6 p.m. Had some student recognitions, 15 girls for their state cross-country win, and then 5 students for their all-state honors, 3 girls cross-country players, 1 boy cross-country runner, and then a golf member. And then they approved the course guide for the high school for this year so we can start registration. Just kind of reorganizing, looking at new courses and what our employers need. We're able to maybe we're gonna try to make a vet science path in our ag and start a
Nice.
vet science and livestock production course. The state has changed our nurse aid courses and the pathways, so we are able to add a patient care technician course and get our students one more certification before they leave high school, so that's exciting. And then we're hopeful that one of the positions we had to cut last year that we can bring back this year, and then continue our application for the GoTech grant. And that's where we will get a lot of state funding to outfit a lab, and we just have to provide the teacher. So we're hopeful to work on that and get that in. And then we're also, the state has finalized a lot of their work on the Uniform Certificate of General Studies. You may have heard some about this, where basically students can get 30 hours of dual enrollment credit in high school, and we're really fortunate in Floyd that we offer all but 2 classes for them to do that, and so we're excited to have that opportunity more formalized and give our students that when they leave us. We looked at our enrollment, which is 1609, so up 2 from last month, and then we reported 2026 is a big year for our country, and we had a division level committee that volunteered to plan out events to celebrate our 250th birthday. And so we have several division events taking place, and then each school is going to have their own team of people that are planning events regularly at their school sites. But some of the things we're doing, we are working with the VFW to have presentations at every school this month about the celebration, about our flag, do a flag retirement ceremony. So we're excited about that. We have all of our elementary students and then our art students at the high school and any other interested high school students. We're working on a quilt mural. The art students will actually be sewing and using other mediums, but we're using paint and little wood tiles to make murals of America, and those will be displayed in businesses throughout the county for the year. We're gonna, of course, do a time capsule to be opened at a later date, and then on Earth Day we'll plant some Liberty trees, which was a tradition back in the Revolutionary time. So we're really excited about making these memories with our students. It's not every day that they get to experience the 250th birthday of their country, and so we're gonna make it a special year, and we're pretty excited about that. Pretty excited, budget season has kicked off. Governor released his budget on December 17th, and we actually got a calc tool on Friday, December 19th. So we've been working hard, doing some initial analysis. We're drafting our budget on a projection of 1578 students. This year's budget was 1570, so a little bit up. We always take out the seniors and put in about 115 kindergartners, and that's served us well. This year we are over, and we appreciate that because it's covered a lot of maintenance costs that we have encountered this year. So we'd much rather budget a little bit lower and be prepared. We're continuing to review maintenance, transportation, all of our cost centers, and hope to have a draft budget ready for our board on February 9th. The governor's budget did include a 2% raise for employees and a 2% bonus effective in June as part of the caboose. So we're figuring all those out, have a budget meeting this afternoon to work more on that. And that was pretty much all of our meeting. Any questions?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
I want to address the Indian Valley School up there just a little bit. And before I get started, my daughter, she does speak highly of you. I think she did some subbing for you. You know who she is?
Yes.
Okay. The parking lot up there, I noticed up there in June when the primary election, that thing had a lot of cracks and potholes and stuff of this nature. And then in November, when I was back up there, I also noticed, that it was getting worse. I noticed there the other day that I reckon the state, when they did the grading on plowing the snow, that it tore the end of the driveways up and all that. That parking lot really needs to be redone, and I think that's in y'all's thing. And I'm gonna add something in there, if you could put that in there. Do you know on the lower side of the building, going around by the basketball court, you've got a gravel driveway thing back through there? And I know that the Floyd County EMS, I'm trying to say that instead of Indian Valley Rescue, but anyway, use that sometimes to go back to the field when there is a lifeguard 10 or something of that nature. Is there a chance that could get paved?
There's a chance anything can get paid.
That's
I
what
knew
I'm
that was
asking,
coming.
So,
Cause, all of it, we need asphalt bad, bad. The high school, check is dirt in some areas.
now, I went up there this past Sunday, I was going to Rappert, and I thought, well, I'm gonna stop up here and look at some of these concerns that the people had addressed me about. And I got out and I walked around to the back of the school, in case y'all see me on camera. But I did notice that gravel around through there, even in a mowing, trying to mow over top of them gravel is gonna be hard on mowers or anything like that. And I also noticed that the walkway around the other side of the building, on the Bradford side, I'd say, and then you got the other side, is already paved back to the ball field. But that would be something that I would like for y'all to consider getting done. And if there is a little problem, maybe I can speak with some of the board members here, maybe we can help out a little bit.
Yeah. Well, let me kind of give you some background on that too.
Okay.
So the school really wants to pave that gravel. Mr. Hollingsworth really does, because he sprays weed killer to keep all the weeds out of it, and he tries to keep it looking nice and takes a lot of pride in the school. But again, it costs money. All that money to pave would come out of our maintenance funds. And as an example, we are already $34,000 over budget in maintenance in December. So paving anything right now, we don't have the funds to do. We don't. Part of what I've shared here for the past few months is our goal this year is to make a capital improvement plan. There's never been one in the school division, and we just kind of look out and get a grant. And, we can put AC in the classrooms now because we have a grant, but then there's no plan to, when are we going to replace these ACs 30 years down the road when they go bad? And that's the point we're at now, is everything is starting to fail. Our asphalt is crumbling. We need a plan for how can we start repairing these, because Indian Valley looks good compared to the high school in Czech. It is literally at Czech crumbled into pieces, and there's dirt in the parking lot. And then the high school, in front of the new gym, it's like the Grand Canyon. So we looked at just doing that strip, and it was $60,000. So we just don't have the money to do that right now. But definitely that path is on our list, and all of our parking lots. I have a meeting this week with our capital improvement planning, and we're gonna start having, in the next 3 to 5 years, we need to do this. In the next 10 years, we need to do these types of projects, so that we can plan, because we gotta decide, we wanna take care of them or we wanna.
Well, I mean, I haven't been to the high school to look at their situation or down to check to look at theirs, but I do know that I don't think that the Indian Valley one will last another 5 years.
Oh, I,
I mean, you know, it's that bad, so,
mhm.
but anyway,
Yes,
thank you.
sir.
Nobody else got anything, I just wanna plant a seed. Um, They don't teach government and civics in high school anymore, do they?
Yes,
Yeah.
They do.
they do. We teach civics to every seventh grader and they have an SOL, and we teach government to every senior.
Okay, I stand corrected on that one now.
Mhm.
That was my fault.
But I was talking to Kim about this the other day. I remember early on in my career, they used to bring students from government class to court.
Mhm.
I was wondering maybe if y'all could work it out where that maybe the seniors or even juniors could come over here, you know, maybe once a month or whatever, and we'll let us know you come and we'll fix a place back here
Yeah.
where that they can. It surprises me when I'm out here talking to people, how many people don't realize what local government does.
Mhm.
You know, and it got drove home a while back at one of our joint meetings.
Mhm.
That people out here in the county don't know. Well, you gotta teach the kids for the adults know. So I can't speak for the courts, you know, maybe you could check with them. But I think it's something that we need to work out where the kids can come and see what we actually do and where everything gets started, you know.
Absolutely. We have a new government teacher this year, so I will
I was gonna
share.
ask, who is the new government teacher?
Maya McMahon is covering some sessions, and then I think another teacher's picking up some too, so.
Gotcha.
We had all those cross-country students at the meeting last night, and they got to watch our reorganization, and so as a former civics teacher, I told them, I'm proud that you got to witness local government here, and you're welcome to stay after you get your award, and none of them did. I understand.
I believe it'd be educational to them to see what their people are doing.
Yeah.
So I
I will
think we
share
got
it.
ahead of it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say thank you for all that you do, and I am glad to hear that y'all were exploring the capital improvement plan. And you know, of course, we don't direct and tell y'all how to spend your money, but you know, in that regard though, if that is anything like a joint meeting that we can all sit together and talk about, I know for me, I think I would enjoy that.
Yeah.
Just to know what all we got coming up on the horizon.
Yep.
And then in terms of like employees, is the pay scales, are we pretty on par with other localities right now? We
No.
still behind
Oh,
on all
yep.
that?
Well, 2 years ago, we were only able to give 1.5% when everybody gave 3 to 7%. Last year, we cut a couple positions to be able to, and didn't do buses to be able to get a 3%. And we're, a starting sheriff's deputy makes more than a starting teacher. And when you look at the salary scales, you would have to teach here for 15 years before you make what you start out making in Montgomery County.
Yeah.
So that makes it harder to advertise. Now, we have great people here that come here and they realize how wonderful it is and they love it. But then we also have people, because they come here and we get them and we train them, and they're driving in because they can't find housing here, and they live somewhere else, and they realize they're driving past 2 and 3 schools and making, $4,000 or $5,000 less a year and spending more on transportation. So then they end up going. So that's definitely a priority, is to look at. We'd love to do another salary study and see what it would take to get us.
Yeah, that'd be interesting for me to know.
And we're not expecting to, top Roanoke and, but to be competitive.
Right.
Would be good.
Yeah, because you get to that point where you gotta make those decisions. Is the asphalt more important than the people's pay?
And that's.
Yeah, I've always been a believer in, and I've said this many times, if you don't put money into your people, like a checking account, don't expect to get anything back out of them.
And that's what we try to do when we've had money the past 2 years. We've foregone buses because we need to give our employees something, knowing that other divisions are passing us.
Mhm.
I don't like to leave on a negative note, so it's been a good start to the second semester. Everybody seems glad to be back, and things are going well.
No, it's all right.
Sounds good.
I think you're doing a great job, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Doing a
guys.
great job.
Thanks, Jessica. Happy New Year.
New Year, can I ask Jessica?
Yes.
We have what's the
It's a 42 inches long.
42-inch, quite a big roll of paper. I know it's a costly, it came out of the old plotter. And we were wondering if we can
Yeah, our teachers would
That's what
probably love to get a hold of something like that.
we'll make it happen then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Take care.
Thanks.
Heard anything out of David? Oh, there he is.
Heard a lot
Scared me
about
there,
it.
David.
You want me to sit down?
You
No
scared
need.
me.
I didn't want to walk in front of. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just kind of a brief update because this past month has been a lot of holidays, vacations, and weather-related type stuff, especially for December. And then a couple of things here and there as they pop up, small storms. But did get some patching done, and I know there's more to do all through the winter. You try to catch as many potholes as possible. We did definitely some on Christiansburg Pike and 221, Kennedy School. Ditching on Christiansburg Pike as well, and then trying to get the gravel roads through various, put some down the gravel roads and push them off when snow comes. So it's kind of a never-ending thing. Did get some stone on Weeks Road, Reedsville, finishing of Eames Road, Double Springs, and spent some time, especially in the Willis area, picking up some tree from new storms or from past storms. We'll be just keeping an eye on the weather, doing what we can during the winter, and then getting ready for some. I'll give you an update a little further along on the secondary construction program because we got a couple roads that are getting ready to go for this summer. That's all I have.
I've been contacted about Bluebird. You know, until we get it somewhere, somebody could go out and check. I mean, it's a gravel road, you know,
Yeah.
the whole idea. And I've got one other one that I'll talk to you about. It's basically between Levi and my districts. It's Wild Cherry.
Mhm.
And it's a sort of a forgotten road, but it's between Laurel Creek Road and Stonewall. And it definitely needs some work. Another gravel road, it's short gravel road, probably no more than 2 miles at most. I don't even think it's 2 miles. But it is in desperate need. I don't think it's been worked in a number of years, so whatever you can do there, would appreciate it.
Alright.
One side's Levi's, one side's mine,
But you want both sides done.
but we want both sides, that's why in our discussion.
I get my side first.
That's it. Thank you for the work on 615 and such, and still looking for that interesting, discussion about a guardrail there.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thanking people, I know they had to do cold patch in that curve on Penn Road because the weather turned on them, but, thank them for that's a big improvement. Still got some more to do, but that took care of the worst. Do you know if on the old mill, they were able to get out there and do anything for that ditch that went out through the woods?
I don't think they've gotten that part of it. I know we're looking at it, it's on the 6-year plan.
Right, but I don't know that it's gonna fit, but,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to think of, what they did worked out good.
Yeah.
It's just that culvert and that is lower than the old ditch that went out we used to go out through the woods. And I think it's still the same property owner, and I think they'll let them if you can get a backhoe out there to do that, that'll keep that water and mud, or at least keep a majority of it out of that lady's driveway. And, but other than that, I think what the grader did out there helped tremendously from what I can tell. We already talked about Robertson Mill. I think Chris said that's probably gonna be top coated in the spring. Could 705 Beaver Creek, it's getting to the point where it's been patched and patched and patched, it needs top coating. On the Crestview, I talked to Chris way back. The gentleman that lives at the end of it on the right, he was having problem drainage. There used to be a ditch that went out through the woods there, but I think it filled up
Which
too.
one?
On Crestview up here. Off of Woods Gap. I was just wondering, I'd mentioned to Chris and he was gonna have somebody look at it. And I apologize, I haven't been back out there. But the water's draining down the road in the ditch and it's going down his driveway instead of the way it used to go. And I was gonna see if we could get that cleaned out so that it stopped running down the middle of his driveway and into his front yard. And in mentioning Crestview, did you go back and look and see, I know that that road, I know it's built to standards at the time. Could you just review that road and see what you think as far as uptick of traffic, what it could handle and what between it and Woods Gap and what it wouldn't? Or some kind of, if there's a limitation that you would put on it if we had that authority?
Sure.
Just wanna thank y'all for what you're doing. I know they're cutting brush. They've been doing a hodgepodge of things.
Yeah, trying to,
There's, we still need, and I know a lot of it has to be permitted and whatever, but ditch work and that kind of stuff, we need to start looking at as we get into more rain than snow. I don't know how much to say, but on the other half of Hope Road, are y'all still working on that, or
that, we've got approval to go ahead and finish that up.
do we need to change
I
our?
think it needs to be added to the 6-year plan since we took it off. Probably should have kept it on if we'd done something like that, but we can get that last bit.
Kim, since we've already had a public hearing for this year, do we have to
We
have
have to have another public hearing, but just a resolution to say
Add it back.
complete, yeah.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you would accept it, I'd make a motion to approve a resolution to add that half back to the 6-year road plan since it was in it to
It
begin
was in it
with.
before and we had to cut it because we.
Other problems, yeah.
Stormwater regulations, now that it's been done.
So how do you wanna word it?
To approve a resolution adding
That half mile,
the
was it a half mile?
second half, and you can get the
Yeah, I
number,
don't think it's even a half, but yeah,
it's a little less, I
Yeah.
think.
Hope Road.
from end of previous project to intersection,
With, what is it?
The remainder of
Yeah.
the Hope Road,
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can send that to you.
he can do that.
All right, thank you, perfect.
I'll second that motion, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I wouldn't normally do this if it hadn't already been in the plan.
Yeah, right.
I'm not trying to add something new. And,
We'll just deduct something else, Chair. No,
well,
just
I
kidding.
try not to add too much.
All the right of way is done, yeah, we've got
Right.
everything except.
Doing it.
Grading and hard topping, everything else was done with the first part of the
Well,
project.
Right,
For me, these ideas that we do all of something and then leave in the
Yeah.
middle or leave at the end, just,
drives me crazy.
yeah, it irks me too, so.
And,
Irk.
and I try not to hog much of the 6-year road plan, cause I know in my
Discussion.
district, I have the least amount of dirt roads of all of them, so.
Yeah, you do.
In
Alright,
addition to this won't affect any of the other projects,
Right, it's,
won't affect the timeline of those. Because we're still doing preliminary engineering on all of those. And Firehouse already has the money on it, so it's not gonna affect any won't affect, the name of the road? Sunny Ridge, won't affect Sunny Ridge.
And from what I understand, is talking about possibly doing it with your in-house forces,
Yeah, because it's,
so.
May I?
Mhm.
Go ahead. Okay, on a motion to add to the existing 6-year road plan, the continuation of Hope Road, Mr. Clark to send the actual verbiage, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. That's all I had, sir, other than thank y'all.
Yeah. They loaded me up this time, Mr. Clark, so apologize on that. The first thing I was gonna ask, a couple meetings ago, we chatted maybe about Radar Hollow on 221, that passing zone at the bridge where they put the passing lines in. Did you ever get to hear back if that's gonna stay
I
or?
haven't heard whether that completely or not, I know that it wouldn't be changing it during the winter time
Okay,
anyway, because just it
Okay.
doesn't stick too well.
I got you. Yeah, I heard, I had heard that, one of a lime truck got passed on the bridge there. That sounds pretty dangerous to me, but maybe they can continue to look at that. I just don't think that's a safe place for a passing zone, but, VDOT's the engineers, but. Next up, I was just gonna check about Wilson Cemetery, maybe if there's any plans for patching or anything on that. It's getting pretty rough about midways through.
Alright,
Jack's Mill got a complaint about around Christmas time on that one, and then I think VDOT came out and improved it. It was some rough road conditions, so I think that one might have be okay for the moment. Out on Huff Mill Road off of 221, a couple days ago, VDOT came out and cut some trees back, cut some brush back. From 221 to where the Little Valley Farm is, that's about 0.2 of a mile. But they didn't go any further past that, and it's still in need of that further past that. So I was just gonna check on Huff Mill Road to see if they got plans to go back out and finish that entire road. So, and then Diamond Knob Road, 1046 Diamond Knob specifically. And Diamond Knob actually is looking decent at the moment, but about the address of 1046 Diamond Knob, the shoulder of the bank is eroding. The road sits higher than the land below it, and that shoulder is starting to erode. Maybe a couple more grader passes through there, heavy equipment. I know we might have a problem with the shoulder falling off. So maybe if they could check that. And then last, this was probably one of the top things for my area right now, but Best Tannery off of King Store. And a request came in and VDOT did go out and address it, but I was just maybe thinking about if we could have a plan of attack for the future. But there's about an 800-foot section just off of King Store that runs a pretty good grade uphill.
Yeah.
And they put millings on it at the moment. Looks like they graded it off, put the millings on it, and now there's about 6 inches of on each edge. So good heavy rain, it's just gonna run back down through. But the main concern of that is for the future. There's probably about 10 homes. There's actually more houses back there than what I realized. I rode back there and talked to the complainant, but there's about 10 homes through there. And if that road was in the shape that it was in before the millings got on, I'm not positive that an ambulance or especially a fire truck loaded with water could even get up that hill to get back there.
Well, there has been a fire back there recently,
Yeah.
and there has been a number of ambulance calls out that road. What is your, since this is my district, what is your feeling, which is not a big deal?
It's right on the line.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
it is. I think it's one of those half and halves again.
Yeah.
What is the idea, or how is your policy in terms of millings? Like, what do you what constitutes where you use millings?
Generally, we don't do, when we do the millings ourselves, we can use them. Some people we found like having on the road, some people actually don't.
Right.
When a contractor is paving and doing a milling and paving, the millings belong to the contractor.
Okay.
And sometimes they'll stockpile and sometimes, private citizens will come and they have to kind of deal with the contractor. That's completely between them.
Right.
We don't get general, we get large scale quantities of millings from the contractor. So it belongs to them. They either dispose them, recycle, or I don't know what, dispose of something.
Yeah, so would you have put millings down on West Tannery Road?
I don't know. That's the question I was gonna ask.
Well,
If we had them from somewhere, we might have
I
done
seen
it.
I seen a VDOT truck going out King's
Right.
Door with millings on it.
Right.
I thought maybe they were going out there, they didn't, they went somewhere else,
Right.
but, and I don't know, Double Springs and, maybe Sunny Ridge, but Double Springs had some millings put on it recently, and those are working really good.
Right, those look good.
Because it's getting a lot of traffic backing it down, but the best tannery millings, it don't get too much traffic, so it's not packed down like Double Springs, but do you think there will be any future plan to improve that, just like that 800-foot section up that hill? Just,
We
I
can
mean,
look
is
at
there,
800 feet is a long way to do just kind of under a maintenance kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'll look and see if there's something.
yeah. It might be, I mean, the hill's obviously a little shorter than 800.
Yeah.
I ran 800 foot from King's Store up to the hill.
Yeah.
But that was their main concern, is when the weather's bad and that turns into mud.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks for any attention you can get on that. Thank you.
I've got several things too there, Mr. Clark, but I got a question up front. Let's say John Doe or Jane Doe calls the hotline to get a road scraped or repaired or something done. What's the time limit or whatever to actually get out there and do the repairs or address to see what the situation is?
There's no set time limit. Those things come in and they get assigned as they come into the call center to the proper residency and then the proper area headquarters. Superintendent at the area headquarters is supposed to review the ones that are assigned to them, evaluate whether, how dire a need it is, fit it in with their current schedule, and they should at least get back with the citizen if they left a phone number, to at least tell them, yes, we got to call, no, it's gonna be a while. It's something like ditching, generally do ditching on a kind of a larger scale basis. It's not like patching a pothole, we can run out and patch. Ditching kind of operation is a sort of an area headquarters wide thing as part of unless it's, something that's completely stopped up or something like that. Just routine ditching would be something that we would do kind of on a cyclical basis, and it may not be something we can get to right when somebody calls.
So you're saying usually within 30 days?
Yeah,
Okay.
I know some slip through and some superintendency or something like that, but every once in a while we do kind of an audit and look at some of the older ones that have not been addressed, or at least not even been, with no note in there about contacting, and try to clean up some old ones.
Okay. Back in November, right after the election, I had a bunch of complaints about roads back in the valley. And I believe I messaged you and also to whoever is over the Camp 5 station up there.
Ricky Nichols is the superintendent there.
And some of them was patching the potholes, and most of those got done. I messaged you about Rocky Hill, Hilton Road. I did not message you about 751, the gravel end of it. And I also messaged you about Sawmill Hill. And these people had told me that, that they had called these in month or 2 months. Sawmill Hill was called in 2 months before November. I think Hilton Road had been called in 30 days before. And Rocky Hill, I'm not sure that it was called in, but I did message y'all about these roads on November the 7th. I mean, I looked at my phone because I keep all my records where I sent that stuff. And I went out and rode these roads yesterday because I'm still getting complaints about them. Rocky Hill had never been graded. Hilton Road has not been graded. And the 751 end of Indian Creek, I think it's Indian Creek Road, on the dirt part, it had potholes in it that I had to get over in the other lane to get around them to go, because they didn't want to go through them. And I reckon, that's part of my concern is whenever these things are called in, that, that nothing gets done. I mean, 3 months or 4 months, that's a long time, like Sawmill Hill. He told me when he messaged me there before November the 7th, that had been called in back 2 months prior to. And I think I messaged you on November the 7th, and I also messaged you here back in December. It may have been the 3rd or 4th of December. And that hadn't, I think it was that day that they actually went out there and did the grading and took some gravel out there, because the vehicles was actually going over into a gentleman's yard and going around because the road was so bad. And this has been called in months prior to, and nothing got done. But I would like for you to try to address that,
I will,
just
yeah.
to get them done a little quicker. The other three things are not in my district, but I'm gonna bring them up, because back in the summer, I come down 221 through Joe's district, and you come out Allen Ridge Road into 221, and you start down the hill there. There's this big orange barrel cone sitting there. You know what I'm talking about, Joe?
Oh, yeah, we brought that
And I
up.
noticed it was sticking up probably maybe 3 foot or so. And then last week when I went down through there, or week before, it was only about this much showing.
I think I've noticed that.
Yeah,
myself.
it's going
But-
down.
I'm not sure whether there's a culvert pipe under that or whatever, but if they're not gonna fix that shoulder, then please put another cone on top of it so we can see it.
Very needs to be looked at.
Okay, and down in Jerry's district on Ridgeview Road in the 35-mile-an-hour section. And I noticed this morning, I was gonna say something about the cone, but I'm not going to, because there is one sticking up above the road there now, because it had dropped down there where it wasn't much neither. But right past that, on the right-hand side, there's 2 mobile homes up on the back. But at the road right there, there's a culvert pipe that goes across, and the road has dipped down about probably that much. You gotta go down in that dip to get out, because I'm thinking the culvert pipe is bad.
This is on Ridgeview.
It's on Ridgeview. And I know we get a lot of log trucks, dump trucks and stuff like that out through there, and it bothers me about the school buses going out through there, and that thing was to cave in a little bit more. So I would appreciate that getting addressed. And let's see. Oh, and I got a message the other day about Sawmill Hill out there on the 787 end of it. And I had messaged y'all about this earlier, and y'all did go out and fix it, I'm pretty sure. But somebody has removed the name signs that says Indian Valley Road and the Sawmill Hill Road.
Mm-hmm.
The stop sign is still there, and the number sign is on the stop sign is still there. But they have removed the other signs. I don't know whether they got pushed over or maybe the snow grader got it. I won't blame it on kids, I'll just say it was a mistake,
Sawmill Hill and
Yeah.
intersection of what was the other one? Sawmill and.
And Indian Valley Road, it's on the 787 end there. And I'm not sure that they've done this, I haven't been out on Music Road, but I got a complaint about when they graded it for the snow there, that they had graded the gravel off, and they was asking if they could get more gravel on that road because of the mud that was going out Music Road. And I don't wanna miss that because somebody might be getting on me. And I think that's pretty much all I got, and the people of Indian Valley do appreciate all that y'all do.
Thank you.
So I do want you to know that.
Thanks, I'll pass that along.
On that barrel, I've been noticing it keeps
That's all
going down. And I'm wondering if that's gonna go back to when Facebook, y'all built that up to keep
Yeah.
that. And, they tore it out and you had to redo it, so I'm wondering if they didn't open up a
That might be
underground
possible.
spring
Yeah.
or something under there. Yeah,
Is there a culvert going across there, Joe?
I don't think so. Facebook, when they came up through there, they tore that mountain all to pieces.
Yeah.
And I feel like they've opened up a wet weather spring or
Okay.
something under there
It
that's
is on Little Mountain,
under,
where he's talking about.
under
There on
Girton Road there somewhere.
as you're heading towards town.
Only thing I worry about is they travel that road pretty fast sometimes. If they drop a wheel on that, then it's gonna be a bad situation. I noticed there's patching Buffalo Mountain Road some more the other day. Appreciate that, but I guess I'm like everybody else, a lot of my roads need to be ditched, you know. I've noticed some of them, it's where the water is, the ditch has got a little full and it's jumped out.
Yeah.
Coming across the road. I was wondering if maybe you could just take a grader and, you know, cut that ditch back out.
Yeah, just knock that blockage out.
Right, yeah. And, Reese Road's the worst for it, right there in that real sharp curve. Water don't have many places to go, and that culvert up the hill is sort of stopped up. I think y'all started cleaning it out there a year when you, whatever machine they used to clean them out. I think that's when they was blowing them out or something.
Mhm.
It tore up, and they just never did get back to it. But other than that, we really appreciate all the work y'all doing.
Hold on, Joe, you mentioning Buffalo Mountain Road, so I was out there recently, has the state been in touch with you about all the land on the Buffalo Mountain sort of preserve, the extra land that's now in the Buffalo Mountain Preserve and stuff? So there's been a lot of surveying done, Buffalo Vista Lane will have a lot more traffic. I think that end of Buffalo Mountain Road is gonna have a lot more traffic. It may behoove you to reach out to, is it the DCR? Is that who it is, Kim? That DCR?
Conservation?
Yeah, conservation. You might,
Department of Conservation and Recreation.
yeah, you might wanna reach out or have Mr. King reach out or somebody reach out. There may be extra dollars since they've taken this on to help, because I think there's gonna be a lot more traffic out there. They've marked off some hiking areas and, you know, it's not going up to the Buffalo, it's kinda on the downslope, but crosses over Buffalo Mountain Road. So I just think that this would be an opportunity to perhaps advocate.
And it's possible, because I know we do work with the Forest Service.
And I
Roads
mean,
that happen
yes,
to be VDOT roads, but they're also international forests.
correct,
So there's
and they
a
were
program
very,
to help,
yeah, and they were very accommodating with Moles Road and all of that work down on the entrance to the hike up the Buffalo, but this is now expanding
Yeah.
the preserve, as it were, and so I think this is an opportunity, if you have the chance, or, you know, you have to put it up the chain to have somebody discuss that, because if there's money to help us prepare for the visitors that might come, I think
Sure.
that's an important
Yeah,
thing
that's
to
a good
do,
point.
so,
Check that out.
yeah, thank you.
I got one more thing if you don't mind.
Yeah.
On Rocky Hill there, the lady that
I do too.
she owns from, I reckon, Duncan's Chapel, all the way to the top where they built her daughter a house up there. She jumped me there the other day that all the culverts up through there are stopped up, is what she said. I think I messaged you about that. And also she said, when they grade, they're grading over to the edge of the road and pushing it over the back. And she would prefer them not to push all that excess stuff over to the side on to her property. So if you would mention that to Camp 5.
Okay, yeah.
And out on
Let's do.
Horse Ridge, Timber Lane Drive. Now this is the private drive that's going out through there, but the state put the culvert pipe in front of that. And the gentleman that is over that there, I reckon, told me that he had called VDOT 3 years ago. He said he's sure they had the recording up there because they sent it up there to get that drain pipe unstopped, and it's never been. Now, I did talk to Ken about this here, I addressed him back there. I think it was on the 4th of December. I talked to Ken about that, and he said that if he ever got a backhoe out in that area, he would see if he could dip that end out for them. So I thought I would mention that. And if, I know that y'all are not going to, y'all have not got Horse Ridge scheduled to be repaved until 2027. That's what I was told. I think Brad, or maybe you had told me that when we did our little ride around back in May there and looked at some of those roads. I wouldn't mind, and the people out there really wouldn't mind, if there was a way that the end on 787 for the, it's probably 8/10 to a mile up through there, that's the worst part of it. And that's probably the worst road in Indian Valley, is to maybe, if y'all could work that in there to try to get that section, maybe surface treated or something sooner than you get the rest of it done. If you can, I'm just asking.
Yeah, we'll check that.
Appreciate
And we do a lot of
Yeah.
skin patching with surface
Right.
treatment too, with our own crews.
Now, they don't really want the gravel, I mean, the asphalt dumped and scraped with the grader.
Right,
Maybe that's why,
yeah, not the motor grader patching.
cause that's what makes it rough.
Yeah.
So. But anyway, that's it. Thank you again for all that y'all do.
Thank you very much. I'll get that list of words too.
Could you get with Chris and set up a time, maybe y'all could come over and I could sit down with you and we could talk about some of the contract processes and what some of our utilities may need in the contracts in the future to help some of our organizations out so they don't have to keep eating problems with contractors.
Yeah.
Just let me know, I'll work it out. What is that, February the 5th?
Fifth, yeah, fifth
February the 4th and 5th's out, but most anytime,
and
you know.
sixth.
We've talked about it, but I think we're gonna have to get our heads together because one of the agencies just continues to eat when these contractors come through and they do stuff and they walk away and it has to be fixed.
Yeah.
But we need more recourse on how some of these organizations can recoup because they can't continue to eat it. So.
Dr. Crumer said you always want to leave on a high note, so I'll help you out a little bit there. This is actually in Carroll, but it starts at Floyd County line where they repaved up through there.
Mhm.
I guess it's the new type markers that they've put in. First time they put them up through there, they're recessed, I guess, to keep the plows from getting them, but I went to Hillsville the other night when it sort of drew. Man, that really helped that road.
They really do pop out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you don't see them during the day, but during the night, it's just like little light down there. So I'm hoping that when you pave this way, you put them in
Yeah,
this side.
probably is a new standard.
Yeah. Because that's new style, and I mean,
Is
It
it?
does, I'm hoping it is.
Yeah.
Not just
Well-
something that they do.
Cause remember after the Thompsons
Certain
lost their lives out, that had happened
Right.
all the way almost to Bent Mountain
Yeah.
on our
Well,
boundary,
and
and then they go
also,
away.
also they're doing the ripple middle yellow lines.
Mhm.
But they're also, I've seen some places where they have that ripple, but they're still adding those reflectors in the worst places, so. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's a great idea.
Is the ripple or whatever you're calling that, the
Rubble
gravel,
strips.
is that a new safety standard then?
It's not everywhere, but they do on, roads that, tend to get accident rates.
Yeah,
I
I
noticed they
think-
did a
yeah.
Same on
section,
rumble strips all the way Route 8.
so,
Is that what it's called, a rumble strip?
Rumble strip.
it's called a lot of things.
Yeah.
just depends on what you drive them.
Yeah,
And who you're talking to, yeah. It's got a lot of names and we
Yeah.
won't mention all of them, but.
It'll definitely get you attention enough.
And that's what
Oh,
it's
it does
supposed to
in a
do.
heartbeat,
That's what it's supposed to do.
but,
But yeah,
Hopefully it
that-
saves
that's
lives.
a great idea.
Yeah.
Appreciate y'all doing
Yeah,
that.
so that's how one of our paving guys.
anytime they can do that, that'd be wonderful.
I sort of worried about the guy putting them in, because I didn't realize what he was doing for a long time. He was leaned out, at a grinder. He was just driving along. I
Yeah,
thought,
some of
God,
them
I
don't
hope
like to
nobody,
watch how they do that either.
I thought, man, somebody clip him if he ain't careful.
That's why you put a big dump truck behind him. If they're gonna hit anything, let them hit the back of the dump truck.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Next victim, I guess that's Mark.
Too far behind.
Hello, board.
Happy New Year, Mark.
Thank you. Alright. Real quick, TRC has drawn the plans for the Willis site 3 times, and I have asked them to look at the top of the property. And this would be less soil moving and replacing a longer drive. So, I talked with the lady who's overseeing it, and she said, yeah, that makes good sense. Kinda irritated me. 'Cause, you know, they're the engineers. But basically, I'll show you a little hand sketch of it I sent to her. And putting it up on the top, using the existing driveway of the sawmill,
Right.
timber out. And swirling up there to the top, it's a lot less cutting. Well, they've been cutting out 12, 15 feet. Up there, you know, you're cutting 6 feet, 1 foot, got a fill area about 10 feet on the lower corner, but yet. But to get her to do that, they want, I have it down where I can see it. An additional $14,200.
Just to decide and document it.
You have to
I
do
thought we had
do
kinda,
a erosion settlement plan.
I thought we were looking at another site. I didn't think we were continuing on this one, I might be mistaken.
And it didn't pan out, so.
Oh.
It's one I'm thinking about.
Got it.
It was never, yeah, it was never confirmation on the other ones, and then we went to, transfer station and started working on that one. You know, the removal inside
Yeah.
there, but there was no other location at this time. Well, possibly, but not to this degree.
What's the effect of the change overall?
Alright, well, the way I'm looking at it, you got a 1 cut fill, you got a foot cut, you got a 6 foot cut, you got a fill area of 8 foot and a fill area of 10 feet over that whole area. So you'll have to, the driveway coming into the property will probably be, it could be 10% grade, maybe 8% grade.
How long is that driveway? Roughly?
Roughly about 300 feet, best I remember.
Okay.
And that would definitely have to be paved. Keep from spinning out, which, you know, you bet.
Yeah.
But, that's why all the plants have been called for it, all the driveways and the site being asphalt.
They'll about have to be paved, cause them big trucks would have that thing.
And that's a double length.
Yeah.
I like that better because it'd be more out of public sight and, you know,
It would be.
and
So how many dumpster sites would that be able to do up there?
Well, that's laid out for the
compactors.
compactors.
Okay. Gotcha.
Kinda like what they got at Ryder.
Yeah,
Okay.
then we got on the end there 2 recycled containers. We could probably put more in there, but I think 2 be plenty for cardboard, aluminum, and glass, metal cans.
But you got room for more if needed.
Yes.
So it's gonna cost 14,000 just to let them further look at it or what?
Yeah, let them further look at it and they still have some money left over from the total we give them already. they spent 75% of 44, so that is, that's like another $9,000.
If we're using the 14.
No, that's plus the 14.
Oh, that's the 14.
How much do you think that final project will cost there? I mean, are we even to that point of getting numbers for that?
Well, we ain't really at the point of getting numbers for it, but I believe it'd be a whole lot less than that $1 million we'd have to spend for moving all that dirt the first go around.
I just,
500,000?
yeah, I sort of, maybe make me feel better if I knew the final end, a rough final end number. Otherwise, it's like you keep adding money to it, and then finally you're like, well, we done added this much to it, might as well go through with it, you know?
In
And
essence.
I don't know exactly where I'm going. I don't know exactly where I'm finishing on how to get there.
And you don't wanna get to the finish and be like, no, this is not a good idea.
Right.
Cause that's kinda where I'm at right now.
And then you just gave all this money for
I may be wrong,
consultation.
but I don't believe it'd be no 500,000, would it? Cause it was $1.2 million just for the grading on the whole thing.
Right. See, that last estimated cost, I didn't pull that paperwork up. It was around 300 complete job.
Something like that.
So I say,
3? Okay.
this be somewhere around there, give or take. Just shooting off the rip.
The one good thing about having the compactors in there means we don't have to pave it. That'll really help that pavement out, cause we won't have that much truck traffic on it.
Right.
So, if we're going with compactors, why can't we go lower
Go lower
on the site?
because
I mean, it's a good question, isn't it?
it is a good question, but there's so much dirt to be moved. You see, cause what we looked at before is coming in above where the drive,
Right.
well, it's right there where the driveway showed now. So at the red line, we're coming in at grade onto the property.
Okay.
At that point there, you're cutting out $73, $81, you're right there at the show, at the bottom of the bank, you're cutting out 8 feet.
Okay.
And getting back to the back of the park is you're at 26, so you're cutting out really 30 feet of earth.
Okay.
And that's where you'd have to have a bigger pond. and
Right,
everything like that.
right, even for just the compactors.
Yes.
Okay,
So 30 foot of earth is pretty,
I know, it's a lot.
yeah.
I know, it's a lot.
Well, I'm kinda disgusted with the engineers, cause why didn't you look at the whole site to begin with?
Again, too, you get to moving that much dirt, you don't know how much rock's down there. Cause these are rock ridge runs through there. You get into that, you got big problems.
You know, see, once you cut that 30 foot of dirt back, then you gotta go back, get your 2-to-1 slope.
Yeah.
You know, you're cutting a lot more dirt out to
You
get.
lay back on that would really.
What about what about inclement weather and such? I mean, getting those trucks up there, and, I don't know. I mean, I know it's
Well,
paved.
You got a lot of your state roads, a lot of your 221's got 10%, 8% grade.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not that bad, I mean, it's,
Yeah, I mean,
we'd rather have flat, but we're in Floyd County.
yeah, and, you know, we just try to use our common sense, if it's too slick, we just close the site.
Yeah.
The only problem is, it lays on the north side.
There you go.
That makes it, but,
Salt works pretty good once you get down to the,
yeah, but
Then you eat your pavement up.
we throw gravel on it, but yeah.
We'll go round and round here, Mark.
It's not,
You never wanna have a perfect site, they go.
yeah, if it was a perfect world, I wouldn't be.
You'd have won the lottery and.
How deep are we in already on that?
Uh,
I'm not
we're-
counting the purchase of the property.
Okay, we
Just for
start,
this engineer stuff.
we started off with 44,200 dollars. So we're roughly like $35,000 in it already.
Start out with 44 and with 35 in?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was enough to tell us that we couldn't afford the $1.2 million. Yeah, so,
Yeah, that's what we've learned from it so far.
Yeah.
Does that include all the expertise stuff you've got on the grading, the 35,000 that you're saying? In other words, including what you bought for it, plus what we had people come out and look at and charge the county for, how much are we into it for that altogether, the whole, up to this date?
About
That's 100,
About 100, yeah.
okay, that's what
About
I was
100.
Maybe
I
not
mean, he
quite.
said by the time he bought the property and
The
this.
property and
Oh,
everything
the
else spent
property.
on it and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're close
We
to,
got
I
the
guess
demo.
we are.
I don't know, you got
We got a little money back for that.
55.
Yeah.
55,
Mhm.
so yeah, we're
Just-
roughly $85,000
Okay.
on it.
Yeah,
I'll probably get with some of the other board members and try to get me filled in on all this, because I wasn't here when you started this.
Right.
Instead of asking a bunch of questions here today.
Okay.
I'll get filled in before I start asking all my questions.
But yeah, to do the original plan of what we had hoped for, it was about $1 million to move
Right.
the dirt.
I heard it was 1,000,000 too.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money for a dump site.
yeah, that's the reason we sort of hit a brick wall.
but it wasn't just gonna be a dump site.
Yeah,
There was other things involved with
Right.
it besides the dump site, and you'd be brought to speed on all that.
and that was using, what was it?
I've got a couple of questions.
30-some
Mark, when y'all get
boxes.
done with this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was the.
originally, we had, what, about 30 boxes up there or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And, yeah, see, we'd had, walked through, we'd have done the original plan, we would have had like 30 green boxes up there.
Right, yeah,
But with this, we cut it back, you know, you don't need but what, a couple of compactors, right?
right.
Got two compactors, the site's probably half the size of what we started with.
That impressed me. My nephew, he lives in Ryder, so he dumps his trash over there, and I was riding with him one day and he pulled in there. I'm looking around there, you know, and I see these dumpsters and, compactors, and I said, man, this is neat. I bet them
Yes.
things cost a pretty penny. But anyway, he throwed his trash in there and it pushed his stuff up in there, and I said, and it was clean.
Yeah,
But, so anyway,
helps keep the site cleaner, you
Yeah.
get more control, so people ain't dumping what they ain't supposed to there, and then at night, you can just close that ramp up there, and the bear can't get into it.
right.
It would, in the long run, really save us, because we wouldn't be making many trips to Floyd's Mountain, right? And as far as the dump sites, you wouldn't have to empty it as often. Do I understand that right?
Right, well, I'd say you probably have to have a truck go out there maybe once a day or every other day to get a load, instead of going around to all these, it devastates me having to run all these old back roads with these $500,000 trash trucks, and this way
Yeah.
you're cutting back on fuel, labor, time.
and never knowing what's in
Parts.
that dumpster that they're gonna start to raise it up and it's gonna blow a cylinder.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or you
Somebody
got,
getting hurt.
yeah.
It's got more positives than negatives, I think.
I think it does too.
Well, since the other fell through, I think we should move forward to get more information. I mean, we're not saying yes to the whole site, but basically what you're looking for is to get more information, to get some numbers, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
basic, they'll do another plan.
You gotta redraw it.
They'll redraw it and show how much cut and fill, how back slopes the banks and gives so much, how much earth would have to be moved. Talking to the grading contractor, he walked up there, and took a look at it, and said, Mark, it's the time to get rid of these stumps, you ain't gonna have much dirt to move. Cause the stump setup's gonna make,
And that's because it's shrunk down to the point.
well, it's shrunk and it's more level up there than, you're not automatically cutting into an 8 to 10 foot wall of earth. And try and make a level spot with the grade going up. If the grade was going down a little bit, it wouldn't be that bad, but
Right.
it's like, I'd rather shovel the snow off the sidewalk with 6 inches than going through a drift to move a truck.
Yep.
So. I think this deep in, you might as well go throw the other quarter in and be done with it.
Do what?
I think, it being this deep in, I think you might as well go ahead and throw the other quarter in it and be done with it.
Well, that's the only problem I've got. I feel like if I throw another quarter in, I might be throwing 2 more quarters in.
That's what I was getting ready to say, yeah. They end
Kinda
up
how I
getting
feel.
3/4 or 4.
I guess I'm a little gun shy of
Yeah, I'm on the fence
when
too.
we purchased it, we got our ideas, and then all of a sudden that number came back. And I know we've altered plans from that $1 million deal, but then that number came back like that. I'm just gun shy now, like we keep throwing the quarters in, and then by the time we pave it, and by the time we add the compactor and all that, just what the final number could be. That's where I'm nervous, but
Well,
I feel like I'm sort of driving down the road and ain't got no headlights on here.
well, can I be open?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we, in 2025, we closed 7 green box sites. We opened one back up. Basically, we took Firehouse Station 3, went to Rescue Station 3. We've closed total of 7 because of bear trouble,
Mhm.
basically. And every year it gets worse. Land's getting harder to find. It's getting expensive. Everything's going up. And you know best is what more than I do is, you know, the price of land and houses are going up and up, the cost of building is going up and up and up. It used to, when I come here, you could, well, in 2000, I could build a house for $9,500 a square foot. Now you're looking at close to 200, 225.
You're right.
So $100,000 isn't what it used to be. And I ain't telling y'all nothing you don't already know. But if we don't do something, it's gonna get more expensive. But spending money for something that will last a good bit, I think you're way ahead. There's gotta be an answer somewhere, and this is the closest answer I can find. And, you know, there's other properties, you want something level, but that's high. This is cheap, but that's too steep. So I'm just throwing the cards in your lap.
Look at the land we was looking at. What was
Price that was
Yeah.
put on it.
it was less than 2 acres and it's something over $100,000 just for the land.
Yeah, that's true,
Yeah.
but what's this 5 acres here gonna cost you? I mean, you know, you're talking about what, 300,000 or 400,000 just to level it up?
Yeah,
It'd
but
been cheaper to buy the 2 acres for 100,000. That's my point I'm
yeah,
getting at.
yeah, I get your point. And another thing here is we don't have to worry about the landowner telling us to move it.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
ours.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Right.
definitely a benefit. And I'm not saying I wouldn't feel, I agree, we need all that. I mean, I see where we're going here. I just would like to know a good estimate of what the final project's gonna end up.
Well, that's why we gotta pay 14 grand.
And I feel like being held hostage.
Exactly.
Well, building that site, just let's say you had level property And this is just my opinion, they won't fire me tomorrow before the day's out.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Part of life. But if you had perfect level property and put that site in, you're probably looking at, close to anywhere $250,000-300,000.
To do any compactor site in the county, it's gonna cost us $250,000 to $300,000.
Yep,
Okay,
that's a plan, grading,
Right.
getting electrical, you got your fence, you got asphalt. I mean, I'm talking about a nice turnkey job, something like you got in Reiner.
Yeah.
Probably gonna be more, close to 300,000. It could go over a little bit. Asphalt's getting more expensive.
what about
The Franklin Pike site,
I was gonna say, what about putting compactors there?
we'd have to increase it.
Yeah.
Got it.
It'd probably be a great idea.
Yeah.
We could increase it and put compactors there, cause we've got it maxed out, pretty well maxed out. We got, recycle bin, we got 3 or 4 cardboard containers, and I think there's 15, 16 grid boxes.
Yes, there are.
It's maxed out.
But the difference is, if you increase that one with the water behind there,
Oh, I know.
marsh and stuff, you'll have to do a lot more backfilling
Yeah.
to keep them compactors
Use
from
the dirt from
settling.
Willis.
Yeah. And see, at Will, she ain't gonna have that problem.
Now now the county has, facing the site, we have more property going towards the nursing home.
Right.
Right.
But there is a branch there, but we could probably increase it another 60, 80 feet.
You need depth though.
The depth's
Depth is
what'll
a
get
hundred,
you.
no, the depth's 100, I think it's 120 by 100, I think it's 100 foot deep, 120 foot wide, so we pretty well got the depth.
Yeah,
But that was what, $80,000
Just what we did.
just for what we did. And that's been 2 years ago.
Well, and like
And
that,
we had to go back and put, you know,
Right.
more
and what is it, then about 4 years ago, we redid that site up in the valley, that was like in excess of 60,000 just to do that.
Back to my one.
Yeah, that was 60,000 for what you got there, so.
And that's a little smaller than what we got at Franklin.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
yeah.
lot smaller.
It's a lot smaller,
Yeah.
so,
But you're going to have to spend money somewhere.
well, I don't wanna, I mean, I'm like Levi, I'd like to get to that, get some kind of final number, and if we've gotta spend another 14,000 or whatever, I'm not opposed to that. But, and that still leaves for later on this site, some other things that could go in there. But they'd have a different entrance, which is not a bad idea anyway.
Well, not a bad idea, but you can still use that entrance, go back there behind it.
Well,
Do some things.
I don't know that you'd wanna go through it to get to it though.
You wouldn't wanna go through you wouldn't wanna go through the compactor site, but you can come off there at the end of the grade and
And swing
turn
around,
around.
okay. And my biggest problem, you're right, I think, we're gonna pay one way or the other. If we went with that other site for the cost that was just to get the land, then that's gonna set the precedent. Anywhere we go in the county, you're gonna hear people asking for that kind of money for,
For the land.
just because they know the government's involved in it.
And there's, if I send you some land, and you say it's too high, you can always throw a number out there.
Right.
So these realtors, they'll talk to you.
I guess I'm sort of prejudiced on this one because it's in my district and I wanna see something done, but, I think we'd be making a big mistake if we don't go ahead and find out what it's gonna cost us and.
I could put it out for a rebid.
I think that's I think that sounds good too.
Yeah, with the smaller version. Yeah,
I just don't like this deal of, well, you need to pay us this much more money for us to give you this much more information.
Yep.
That rubs all over me.
So we done,
We've increasingly become disappointed in the lack of suggestions and response that Mark has requested. And then it comes back to, you know, we're gonna need this to do that.
Yeah.
Should have done that to begin with.
Yeah, you kind of feel hostage, like
Yeah,
you're
so
you know,
We
held
talked
hostage
about-
by.
the rebidding process.
Yeah.
we get a better bid, we'll tell them to send us back the rest of our money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because, and, you know, they done give us the grade. I feel like the county's done paid for it, so we should be able to share that with whoever wants to rebid it.
It's our numbers now.
Yeah.
We've paid for them.
Alright,
let's do that. That makes me feel better.
Yeah, that would make me feel better too.
we'll do that. Alright, next on the list, and I'll leave y'all alone.
You got 3 more items, don't you?
I don't know how many do I got.
No,
I
just-
rather-
It's
I
quick,
rather-
they're quick, don't worry about it, you'll be good.
Elevator. This is the Floyd County Government Building, right?
Right.
Okay. My bid got kicked out. Our the elevator is aging. And, we've had some trouble with it. So far, our company, Southern Elevator, has been able to find parts, but they're telling us no. And Otis is telling the same thing about over at the courthouse. They're saying, you're gonna have to do something. Said, matter of fact, we got one part that's not there already. And they stole a part from one part to make it work. And they brought that, they found another part, put it in there, so we're only one part short now. But we're working.
an important part.
Yeah. So in other words, they sent us out, they sent a fellow out here to look at it, said $310,000. I said, no. I said, we don't need a new elevator. Well, I talked to the maintenance man, he says, that man's no longer with us.
I can see why.
So I talked to the man, they didn't really fuss with him, we talked to him, so he talked to his boss, and we don't need a new full replacement. Let's see. Elevator has informed us that parts for the elevator are becoming obsolete and recommends we upgrade the elevator. A full upgrade is $310,000. But as of now, they do not recommend replacing the jack, power unit, control door, operator, car, and hall fixtures. To my understanding, what we're talking about is the brains, the computers, systems of it.
In that room, you know, downstairs that they access, it's kind of that.
There's a few things, once you start working on the elevator, you gotta bring some things up to a code.
Right.
So we may have to rework the fire alarm system, double check it, some other issues. But right now, we're talking about $80,000.
Each on both of them?
No, this is just for the
Here.
One here.
Okay,
here, this building.
okay.
So we're looking, basically, it should be less than $110,000. They're estimating $80,000. Won't give
Say
real
125, yeah.
real quote until they send someone out here and get serious with what we gotta have.
When you get that, will they give you a lifespan of the fix?
They should.
Cause that's an
We'll be
informed,
thorough and once they get.
cause that's an informed decision. I mean, in 2026, if I'm gonna be spending, I meaning we, $80,000 on an elevator that's only gonna last us 5 years. And in 5 years, that same elevator to replace it is gonna be 25 to 30% more than doing it now. Not advocating that, but just comparing, apples to apples. Those are the kind of questions I would wanna have answers for.
Okay.
Because, I mean,
Lifespan. We
yeah,
understand.
I mean, I've spent a lot of time on the Virginia Tech campus in the Squire Student Center, and there were 2 elevators in that building that were around when I was in college. At 12 years ago, that is correct, Mark. And
It's the same 12 years.
12 times. Anyway, the point being that they finally had, after all the maintenance they had done over the years, they finally had to replace 2 new elevators, and they're nice, I'll give them that. But it's just a matter of, when you Band-Aid something, and I'm trying to look at the future. I know Joe and Jerry and Levi too, and not to, exclude you, Walter, but you're new here, but, we're looking at these things for the future. And that's just my concern. So if you could have those kind of questions answered for me, I'd be appreciative.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and they just said we could do this in sections. I think I'll dig more into it, get you an
Okay.
answer on that. So the other one was the courthouse elevators. I reread that this morning, and it wasn't worthy to bring to you. I gotta do more research on that one.
Are they about the same age? Do you know that? Is this one
No.
older? Is that one older? Do you know?
This is gonna be older
I think
because,
this one's.
This one's older,
yeah, because it's
Okay.
a long time before we ever had an elevator over
yeah.
Okay.
They wasn't put in till
the renovation.
1999, 2005, when
Courthouse.
one of the presidents signed the paper that all county offices,
I have an
schools
elevator.
had to be ADA.
Yeah.
Alright, that it?
Alright.
I got a question or two.
Oh, we got questions.
Yeah, we got questions.
You got 2 other
You
items on
wish it
here.
was it.
No,
Big
you
job
know,
there.
you know the Yancey's scale for the
Oh.
renovation update,
Mm-hmm.
Forgot
and then we're
that
done,
What about the convenience center
but
update?
it's a combined,
Okay,
we talked about it, thank you.
okay.
one. Here we think is our final plan. You like it? Good.
Sounds good.
Now, this isn't taking in consideration, Danny, can you go to the other one, please? There we go. Your last recommendation right here,
Right.
Right? Good.
where it puts a wall with a door that'll have the buzzer, that'll give us security down there.
Good.
We kind of reconfigured some stuff,
That's good.
That's good.
so it'll have that walk-up window, for Gabby, in that
Right.
position, right
You been
there.
down there
Mark's
yet?
wall's gonna move over to the left a little.
Okay.
Right there, but otherwise, it's dead on. From the suggestions and recommendations you made the last time it was presented.
Okay,
Right.
excellent. So everything else remains the same other than that? Good.
And there was nothing downstairs, right? I don't believe so.
No.
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 If we get done in time, y'all got 10 minutes, need to take Walter down there.
Absolutely,
Yeah. Walk through.
absolutely.
The only thing downstairs was changing that.
We took that one wall out for the rolling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you go to that one? I'm sure Mr. Kitchen would love to see that.
Yeah, go there,
Just the down.
that's downstairs.
Okay.
This wall here was removed.
Yeah, so
Correct.
that's all removed now. That remains, and over this becomes clerks, that becomes a wall with a door, which is Rhonda access only by
Right.
state code that,
Right.
Right.
she will hold pretty much primarily some stuff, but, and,
She'll have that and the vault
correct.
for storage.
Do I need to move that door, Kim? Or just leave it?
I would,
Just leave it,
Leave.
save, okay, save
Yeah.
it,
Which
For
door?
now.
save $1,000.
there's a hall, there's a door
Doorway
from
in
the hall that you can enter in there that would access, you can access the rollers right there. There's
Oh,
no harm, no foul, you can lock it from the
yeah,
inside.
yeah, yeah, if you can lock
in
it,
or out,
yeah.
and it
Less
gives-
money spent.
It gives, Sarah an opportunity if she wanted to enter in that fashion, she could.
Right,
She just has to make sure the cameras are
Yeah, pushed over, cause they are right there. But that's it.
During the renovation, the kind money hid down there, does that belong to the county or the bank?
Yes.
It does.
Okay, that's what I wanna know.
Does it belong to who?
The county, anything we find down there is ours.
Never know when they're back.
You been with your metal detector?
We haven't found a thing.
This renovation will hit with.
Maybe a million or two for that there dumpster site.
Yeah.
Be nice.
So we
Be
need to
nice.
read that sign up there.
Yeah.
Cause I mean, that thing was burning up, so.
I know we're in a hurry. I do have a question. And I've been bombarded. We moved green box sites to break the barrier. Are we gonna put any back on Route 8 or not? Outside of
We're gonna
town?
revisit a property close to there first to possibly bring it to you. Prior to doing that.
Okay, that's
Cause there might
fine.
be an immediacy to
There may be
someplace else.
someplace we can put a center.
Correct.
Okay, I'm fine with that,
Correct.
Yeah,
but,
I'd recommend, don't, if we've moved them, don't take them back. Cause we'll move them, 2 weeks later, we got the barrier back.
They don't forget.
well, if this other site doesn't work out, then it
Owners of properties
In a
are frustrated, you know, and they know Bear and they know we do everything we can, sheriff's assistance,
I'm talking
getting all
about
that.
just outside of town.
Yes. Yeah, even where it's being taken to is the biggest issue,
Right.
so
Well,
it's a
just,
challenge, but I think we might have a solution over there.
okay, well, I look forward to seeing that.
All right, I got a question or two.
Yes, sir.
The people in the valley. The first one is, a lot of them would like to have gates put on the Max Mountain dumpster site. And the reason I say that, there's a lady that lives right next door, she's 92. And they come in there in the middle of the night, slamming doors, sitting over there playing loud music. Maybe that's something for the sheriff's department to look into, I'm not sure, but it would be nice to block it off to where it's not a hangout in the 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
So I know that was brought up back there last year a little bit, I think the other supervisor had mentioned it to you. But it is something that the people back there would like to have on that site.
It's been discussed in the past to help kind of keep the trash from blowing across the road, which the
Yeah.
boys do, they try to pick it up at least once, twice a week, it gets along.
They
the
do,
fence.
I've seen them out there doing it.
And, that's something that can be done, I mean, we got a fire pole not far from it to get some juice to it. If y'all would like to figure that out.
One time I went through there, I guess it's 2 o'clock in the morning, it's usually when they do this stuff. Somebody used to do donuts and stuff, and
Yeah.
I mean, it had some
Yeah,
pretty
we
neat
had that.
tracks in it, so.
But I thought we had discussed that there wasn't enough property for the fence and
I think they are.
such.
For the gate,
The gate and the fence.
see, that is like,
I mean, it's been a while we talked about, maybe we should just table that and you go back and look
Let
and
you look into
look into it, but that's what I recalled.
It
Or
could
else we
be-
would have probably moved on it, in my estimation.
We get with VDOT and get that right away
Uh-huh,
and see how far back we have to come.
okay.
But I'm thinking, well, I ain't gonna say what
I
I'm
think
thinking.
you've
Yeah.
got 40 feet through there, I think. It's starting to come back to me when we
I
discussed
think
it.
on Max
And they
Mountain,
may have a little more.
I think it's not more than 40, maybe 30.
Hmm.
That is a tar and gravel road.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'll take it back, the first section out to Hollingsworth Road is paved.
Yeah, I think it's 40 feet
Yeah.
all the way through. But you also gotta establish this road in the
Oh.
center of it
Oh,
or
right.
shift it one way or the other.
Yeah,
That's the key, cause all of their roads are not centered on their right of way,
right.
as you know.
My next question is this, there used to be a cardboard dumpster out there for cardboard. Sometimes you'll see it there,
Down to
sometimes it
60%.
disappears. It used to sit over next to the recycling box in the corner,
Let's see.
and a lot of them is asking where that thing went to.
Well, it wasn't ever getting full. Yeah, we took it away and that's my knowledge, it's been brought back.
This past weekend, I don't think it was up there.
It wasn't there?
I went out, when I go take my trash off, I got a yard rake in the back of my truck and a pair of gloves. And I'll rake around that thing and clean all the small stuff up and throw it in the dumpster to get rid of it. So if y'all catch me on camera throwing gravel and sticks and stuff in there, it's because I raked it up and kept cleaning up the lot. But, yeah.
See the letter in the mail.
But
Warning first.
was it up there again?
Alright,
So if you would
Did you note
check on
that,
that.
Sheriff?
And I got one more thing with it, it's gonna come a little story. My niece come to a cookout on, I think it was June the 29th to my house. She lives in Benton. And on her way, I'll get back to this other in a minute, but anyway, on the way, she stopped at the Franklin Pike dumpster down here, threw some trash in there, and set a couple of things on the outside. And about probably 2 to 3 weeks later, she called me one day and she said, Walter said, I got a ticket for dumping down at Franklin Pike. She says, it says on here that I could go to jail for a year. I said, don't worry about it. I said, we'll take care of the kids. And I told her, so I went up and went to court with her there and all, and ended up, she got out of it, but. And I was thinking how to implement this problem because people go dump their trash and they're bad about it in the valley and everywhere. And a lot of people in here's wives or family members has set stuff on the outside of the dumpsters that was good that people could pick up.
No,
And yeah, every now and then they do. And I
not my
explained-
family.
And I explained to the people, you know, on my webpage that is littering, because it is. I mean, you know, that's the way the county looks at it. Even though that item was a whatnot and it was still good or whatever, once you lay it on the ground, it becomes littering. So I told the judge, I said, when I get with Joe and them in January, I said, I'm gonna see if that we can implement something like a neighbor-to-neighbor bin. Set at these little dumpsters, maybe a 4 by 6 little bin with 2 sides and a back on it, and it says neighbor to neighbor, no trash, to where you could set these things in it, to where if somebody wanted, they could pick it up. Once it's in the bin, it's not littering, but when you set it on the ground, it is. So if they put it in the bin, then it's not littering.
The only problem.
How
We
would
have to
something like that
We have to manage the liability of that.
Yeah, the liability problem is where the reason that stopped. Because let's say you put something in there and I'm coming by and I look at it, oh, I like to have that. Some reason I get hurt trying to get it out of there, that's on us.
Causes your house to burn down.
Or it causes my house to burn down, it could be a
Not really.
TV or, you know, or whatever,
Cause it's county
electronic.
property, county bin,
Right.
right? And
It's-
we're
it's-
If somebody wants to
encouraging- hold
do-
on, we're
yeah, I'm sorry.
encouraging, you know, which is a kind gesture.
Yeah.
But that's also why I think we have organizations in the county that would be more than happy, you know,
Angels.
to assist with that. But yeah, to have it on the county property, I would think that would be
That's-
something that would have to be approved by the board, of course.
Right,
But
right.
the recommendation would be very mindful, and I would have to do my due diligence about the liability and
The-
what
the
that would
attorney-
mean.
That's what the attorney is.
In case the judge is watching this, I did ask.
You did ask.
Check,
We
you're done.
can certify that, but the liability involved, that's the problem.
Yep.
See, we have people down at the one just past 7:30 that were dumpster diving is what I call it.
Yep.
And it was, you know, people still set stuff out to the side, which was a problem. But we had some that was actually going in dumpsters, digging through stuff to try and find stuff. And all it take was one injury and so, and the attorneys all the way through the time has told us, ever since I've been on this board back in '92, if it's a piece of county property, you have to look at it from a liability standpoint. So, you know, best thing they can do is save it for a yard sale, or like they said, if it's good enough, angels or something along those lines.
when I first come on the board, we had a guy, Ms. Dan, that was coming over and picking up bicycles and
Yeah.
different stuff, and he was fixing them up and giving them to kids. And, it broke our hearts doing it, but, because it was a noble idea he had, but, it just too much red tape for it to continue, so, yeah.
Okay.
So, all right.
All good?
Thank
We're
you.
good.
Okey-doke.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, for your hard work.
You're welcome. Oh, I'll try to have some comments for you next time.
All right. Always good news.
Yeah, we ain't but 35 minutes over, so anyway, I'll go ahead and call our public hearing to order. This will be a public hearing on changes to our Floyd County planning fees. And at the end of it, we'll have a public comment, but is the intent that all people attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. Speakers are limited to 4 minutes. Sharing or giving away unused time is not permitted, and the board does not respond to questions or comments made by the speaker during the public comment time.
Explain it first.
Ms. Carter?
Good morning.
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 So, due to the adoption of the new land division ordinance, there are items in it that we will allow now, that need a fee associated with them. And staff has, we came up with a list of fees, and we have talked with you all about that before. Really, the fees remain the same, except for there's 4 new fees on the board, and that is for a new public road, private division roads, private centralized water, and private centralized wastewater. There's a new fee for staff, and which includes the attorney review. And then also, for the private division roads and the private centralized systems, there is an engineering review fee. And we are in the process of procurement for a contract for the county, for an engineer to be on retained for the county. We are not sure yet what the total cost will be, and we're not even sure that we can get a set price, because it's probably gonna depend on the development that's going on and how many times they have to review it. So what we have suggested is that they pay an initial fee of $300 when they submit their plans, and that is for the engineer to review the fee. They will end up having to pay the balance of what the engineer charges us. Whatever the county is charged, that fee will be passed off to the developer. So $300 up front. If we have to give them a refund, of course we will do that, but we feel like it will be more than $300 per review. And as I said, all of the other fees are the same as they have been.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Nope.
Do we have anybody signed up to speak at this?
We have 3. The first speaker is Frank Rudisil from the Indian Valley District.
I ain't got nothing to say about,
Are you on the,
this part, I got something else.
this one says public hearing, you wanna be on the regular board meeting? Okay.
There's 2 of them,
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
there's another sheet separate for that,
I didn't know that, thank you.
and that's the same for you, Doug. Alright, so we'll move to Chip Camp from the Little.
Same.
Same, okay.
Beautiful.
Then we do not have any speakers.
Okay, that's it.
That's it? Alright, well, with that, I will declare our public hearing closed. Let's speed us up to get back on track.
We're getting close.
Nice job.
That's-
That shot off shotgun I got stuck up there.
Put it in action.
We never, you adjourn.
Closed it.
This is not one of those we have to
Right,
wait any
exactly.
time, is it?
We don't have
That's
a
what I-
motion and a second to adjourn.
Yeah, we should. I'll make a motion, since you closed it, that we adjourn the public hearing.
That's what I was getting ready to ask.
Second.
Alright, on the motion to close the public hearing for the proposed changes to the Floyd County planning fees, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Mr. Terman?
Yes.
Alright, thank you so much.
Almost dead on.
Yeah, it's Brian's and Mr. Clemens is Sam. He looks scared, I think he,
I don't know, I think Brian was falling asleep back there.
Yeah.
no, he looks like he don't do much on public speaking.
He's doing a lot behind the scenes though.
Yeah, that's great, that's a great grant.
Morning, everybody, good to see everybody
Morning.
back. Mr. Phillips, good to see you
Good to
there.
see you.
We'll get started like I normally do, just wanna start
Top.
off, thanks for having us here. We've got two deputies,
Fire
that's-
equipment, yeah.
got two deputies that's graduating Thursday, Taylor Slusher and John Hoffenberger. Excited to get them out.
Yeah,
We got one that's gonna start in January. The end of January, I think it's around the 22nd is when they start the academy. In December, of course, you see we've got facial hair here. We always have our annual Growing for Gifts, which has been just a wonderful program. This year was about the same, just another huge success. We provided for our Shop with a Cop off the tail end of that Growing for Gifts. We were able to take 11 kids with us over to Walmart and Galax, bought Christmas gifts for them, and had their families with us, and so that went well. We were also able to help just over 20 kids off the angel tree. That's part of it. If you're growing beard, facial hair, we get some of the angel tree kids around the county here, and you go out and get them some gifts. And we also have folks who don't. Some of the ladies, they still want to chip in, and some of the guys who don't grow any type of facial hair, they'll still chip in on it. So we're really blessed from that standpoint. Also left over, we had some additional funds this year, left over from donations and things that we had for our Growing for Gifts, and we were able to buy a really nice exercise bike. Just delivered it yesterday for Floyd County special education population at the high school. So every few years we have some extra funds left over,
Great
so we
idea.
try to buy those kids some stuff up there. Currently, we're working on the budget, and that's why I bring Clemens with me here. One of the items that myself and Ms. Chio had talked about earlier that had looked like we were going to ask for an addition on the budget is this program we use, this equipment we use called Celebrite. Celebrite's a download system, a phone download system. I think y'all have heard me talk about it for years. It's something I always ask for, try to make sure I get carryover and things like that. Provides this office a quick access and analyze critical data from mobile devices, many violent crimes that we've had, or just crimes in general. We use this tool for. We've used it for child pornography, B&E, drugs, rape, among other crimes. But it's really nice to have that tool here to download and get that information back as quick as possible instead of taking 9 months, year and a half to get something back from the state police. This tool greatly reduces and improves time-sensitive cases, and it fills that vital gap. With Clemens here, since November of 2023, he's kind of took it upon himself to start trying to look at grants and help us out. He's found quite a few grants, and over that time period, he's gotten over $165,000 in grants for the sheriff's office. I know, the county has just hired a grant. Everybody sees the importance of trying to get grants, so hopefully Clemens and the individual that y'all hired can work together and, try to continue to find grants for the sheriff's office and, of course, for the county from y'all's side. In addition to the grant that he had here, part of that grant was also for 4 forensic scopes. Basically, this is a piece of equipment that finds trace evidence, so fingerprints, bodily fluids, different things that the naked eye can't see. Helps us collect evidence quickly. It also can get fingerprints to the lab. We can take photographs of fingerprints that way before we try to lift them in case, unfortunately, if we destroy them or obtain them or whatever the case may be by tape. We've got that locked in. So just another piece of vital equipment. Law enforcement constantly changes, it changes basically weekly. It seems like anymore, whether it's the laws changes or things that are out there, or the things that the criminal's doing. So this was another thing that is just vital for our investigative guys and gals, just as a wonderful tool. Of course, we wouldn't have been able to budget that either, but part of this grant would cover 4 of those, plus that Celebrate. Not only that Celebrate being about $15,000 a year for the county, the grant that he was able to obtain, if y'all are okay with it, is for, it'll cover Celebrate for the next 5 years. So that cost there will be covered for the next 5 years, and we won't have to worry about any type of budgeting expense from that point.
And that grant was almost $130,000, correct?
Yes.
Very good.
So real excited about that, real excited to bring that, especially right before budgeting time to be able to.
Good time.
Other than that, that's kind of where we stand with the sheriff's office.
You actually all have a copy of the grant, that it's in your folders. It explains exactly what it is.
Yep.
And that was all.
I will say on the things that Clemens has worked on, he's gotten helmets for our tag teams, gloves, drones, different things like that, just all sorts of, AEDs.
Yeah.
Is that part of what you did? Yeah. Yeah, and so it's just wonderful. He keeps his eyes peeled looking for those things, and he's been able to get
Absolutely.
That's great.
quite a few things to help, help to keep the expense out of the county.
And we talked about once we do the grant implementation in Munis, whomever Sheriff Craig wants to be a part of that, we'll get them in right from the beginning, so they're part, and they get, the training from the beginning and be able to track those to the, the easiest way to do it.
And just one question on the grant. I see that the period started on the 1st of the year. Is this a renewable grant that you know of?
So the grant falls under Operation Ceasefire, which
Right.
typically does revolve yearly. However, this specific grant that we got was kind of a branch off of that main grant, and it was actually specifically for forensic and analytical equipment. So
Okay.
this particular grant may not continue to revolve, but the Operation Ceasefire could.
Is a, okay.
So this one was obviously more specifically tailored to what we got.
what we
Operation
need.
Ceasefire is more like an umbrella, so
Got
there's kind of a broader spectrum of things that you can apply for under it.
Which is fun navigating the portal with all
Right.
that.
Yeah. Well, that's great news. Good work.
He's gonna continue to look and keep his eyes peeled, and, hopefully we'll be up here asking for more acceptance of grants.
Yeah, well, I'm glad the Commonwealth is making available these kinds of grant funds. It's really, really important for all communities, but especially those of us that are
There's definitely localities like us.
that can really use them.
$15,000 a year for something that's needed is pretty high price.
Yeah.
So,
But
Tell
yeah,
you, the communication has
definitely
been wonderful during this whole process,
Yeah.
so I thank
Good.
you, thank you for
Thank
that.
excellent.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Good work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Good work.
I appreciate it.
While we got you here, thanks for coming to give us this information. Upcoming budget, do you see any new requests or anything that you need
Decrease.
to add on?
No decrease.
Flat.
Thanks for putting me on the spot right
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, one of the things with the enterprise, and we've been looking at on vehicles, vehicles is basically starting to bleed the budget out. They have increased. Well, just to take, for example, we were getting away with, probably a $7,000 car bill without having the numbers in front of us.
Right.
Now the minimum we're getting away with now is a $26,000 car bill. That's the minimum. That's changed since we started enterprise. So, and then of course there's, sucking our clothing allowance away, sucking everything, cause instead of asking that increase, so that's probably the increase that I'm asking for this year is I've gotta figure out a way, and I'll have all the documents for y'all. The car bills and the price of vehicles has just gotten astronomical over the last 6 years. And, probably looking at, we probably average two point some odd vehicles a year that we need to turn over. So you're looking at a minimum of two vehicle bills a year. So just right there, just shy of $40,000 just on the vehicle bill since, the 2016 when we budgeted this and was going. The cost of vehicles, we've just started working on that. I couldn't tell you, probably the cost of vehicles is up, I dare say 20%, 25%. So, of course, y'all see it, y'all are probably trying to buy, whatever vehicles you're on, the trash trucks, they're probably going up just the same, if not 50%.
Fire trucks, trash trucks.
Fire trucks.
Yeah.
So we're in the same boat. That's the biggest hit we're taking right now is vehicles. There is a 2% raise that the governor has put in, and I think a bonus. The bonus is June. The raise starts in July, so of course we'll be asking for those too.
It may mimic next year, like it'll be June,
Correct.
July, June.
Right.
Yeah, and then possibility 2027 July having at least another 2%
Correct.
raise.
Yep.
So. Other than that, there may be some TAC team stuff, but I'll have that laid out. On training expenses, Vesta running just over $3,000, hate to throw the number out there, and of course that's not covered by any type of grant or anything that we've found yet. But, that's kind of where we're at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Give us something to talk about.
That's right, that's right.
Thank you all for what you do.
Thanks, gentlemen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for
Appreciate
everything y'all do.
Appreciate it.
Be safe out there.
Thank you.
Keep them
Thanks,
grants
Brian.
coming.
And I can tell you,
Thank you, Ken.
Ms. Cheeto and Mr. Jenny, they've kept up with us really well, so it's
Good.
been nice to, have a lot of communication that we've had going, so.
Excellent.
Good.
Good deal.
Danny slides by and checks on second out. Usually we call him, he's like, again? Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Great job. Now we'll get the other.
All right, I guess that took care of the constitutional officer.
Yep, that's it.
Looks like it.
Looks like, yeah, next we have our public comment. And I will say again, it is the intent that all people attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap condition, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. Speakers are limited to 4 minutes. Sharing or giving away unused time is not permitted. The board does not respond to any questions or comments made by the speaker during the public comment period. Time. So with that, I'll open it up and
Alright, our first person is Paul Kitchen from the Little River District.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, administrative staff, and fellow citizens. I'm Paul Kitchen from Little River. I just want to give you a brief update on the electoral board. I'm going to ask for a formal time on the agenda at the next meeting. First of all, we've reorganized. We did that last Thursday. As you know, we've changed our administration here in the state, and that required a change in the electoral board. One of our members rolled off at the end of her term, Ms. Rebecca Howell. Thank you very much for her service. We honored her during our reorganization. Coming on to the board is Mr. Nicholas Piazza, PhD psychology. That might be very helpful this year with all the elections that we're going to have to deal with. So congratulations to Mr. Piazza and welcome aboard. We're looking forward to a very busy year. The second item relates to the number of elections that we're likely to have during this calendar year. June is the typical midterm primary for congressional seats. and then November will be the midterm. However, as you know, there is a constitutional amendment on the books, which will likely be voted on by the General Assembly very quickly after the General Assembly opens for its session. If the constitutional amendment for the redistricting passes, that means it will be a special election to ratify that constitutional amendment, and that is likely going to be towards the end of April. That's an additional election above and beyond what we have planned for and budgeted for. The other risk is that if the redistricting, when it's finalized, impacts Congressional District Number 9, of which we are a part of, and it displaces or disenfranchises one of the current congressional members, that may call for a special election to replace those individuals. And that currently is looked like in August, which could be a 4th. It does not look like the 9th Congressional District will be impacted, and that would avoid that extra election for us. But the reason I want to come back to you at the end of the month for your evening meeting is we will know by then, and we'll be able to give you a full picture of what's going to happen from elections during 2026. So thank you very much, and I'll see you at the end of the month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Frank Rudisil from the Indian Valley District.
Good morning.
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 Frank Rudisil from Indian Valley. I was here back in November talking about Indian Springs Road, County Road 809. I talked to Mr. Clark out here a while ago. I have some discrepancy from the VDOT in Christiansburg. The lady called me on a Friday in November. The road's supposed to be up in the 6-year plan, I think it is. She says she come out and looked at the road, and I was just asked to get the end of state maintenance sign where it currently is moved out to past Gary Chafin's business. So the road grader's got a place to turn around instead of backing all the way down to my house. And she said if it gets moved, it's gotta go under the new state guidelines as a new dirt road. It has to be brought up to standards, and it has to be paved from beginning to end. And she also told me I couldn't request to have that sign moved, it had to come to Floyd County Board.
Huh.
And there is 3 houses beyond that in the state maintenance sign. And I've told all of them, except for the one out of New Jersey, they ought to come to the board or the county and ask to have their taxes reduced, because that lady in Christiansburg told me I own half of that road. She said when the county quit working it back in the 60s, it goes back to the landowner. And I said, can I put a fence up in the middle of that road? She said, yes. I said, you have no common sense. You can't block a road. She said, but you own half of that road. I said, I do not own half of that road. She said, yes, you do. I said, well, one section of the road, and I own the whole road. I said, can I put a fence across it? She said, if you want to, you own it. I said, no, I don't. And that lady has no common sense whatsoever. You can't block somebody out. Chafin's Taxidermy and his family lives at the end of that road. And that road actually went from Duncan's Chapel Church Road all the way to 750 at one time. They just quit taking care of it, and she swore up and down that they didn't have none of that road no more. Where the sign stopped at, well, that's the end of the road. And I explained to her that when I moved up there in 77, Gene Wallace didn't know nobody lived back there, and he come up there one day and he said, I didn't know nobody lives here. He said, how about I move that sign down there to them trees up here past your drive or at your driveway so that the road grader can take care of your road. I said, well, that'd be fine. I said, I've been taking care of it with the tractor. And I'd like to see the board have that sign moved. Forget about what the state says about their codes for making a new road in the county. It's already a dirt road. Just move the sign up there so the road grader's got a place to turn around. All right, I still got a minute. Hot dog. I lost the train of thought. Oh, y'all talking about your dirt roads need to be taken care of? Just so y'all know, and I told him out there a while ago, I'll be grading 809 Indian Springs Road one day this week to get rid of the potholes. Seems like I grade the road, 3 or 4 days later, here comes the highway guy like looking, and he said, well, I told her the road needs to be fixed out here, it don't need to be fixed. So if I fix the potholes, can y'all put some stone on it? Thank you. But I've been taking care of the road, I've been taking care of that road since '77. I guess I'll do it till I die or ain't able to. Cause I know the state ain't gonna do it.
Our next speaker is Doug Weddle from the courthouse district.
I'd like to present something before we start.
Morning.
Good morning. Morning.
Morning, sir.
Y'all gotta leave this face down, so I'll tell you. I don't wanna shock you too early.
Oh, it's past 10.
Thank you.
Real quick here, I just got a couple more things on the proposed housing development. I had 2 points, and then, Dr. Cromer spoke, and she brought up a great point that I just wanna reiterate. But if you'll flip your document over, I just wanted, I'm a math guy. I did fatality crash reconstruction most of my life with numbers, and I believe numbers don't lie. So just more information for you to think about. But what I present to you is called the real economic benefits to Floyd County citizens. And this is a comparison of 23 homes in relationship to 15,600 citizens. Just a simple comparison, okay? And if you divide 23 divided by 15,600, this benefits 0.001 1,000th. Not one person, 1/1,000th of a person in Floyd County. So I know, and I understand that there would be multiple residents. And the second point, I've only got a minute to discuss this. If each home averaged 3 occupants, you'd have 69 occupants divided by 15,000 population. You're talking about 0.004 1,000ths of a benefit to the population of Floyd County. And I just want to pass that on as food for thought. I know, I know we're going to agree to disagree, and we'll have to leave it at that, but I'm still going to pass the information on to you. And the final point on the bottom, the underlying issue, which we've already talked about with Ms. Cromer, the underlying issue is pay and benefits and employee retention, in my opinion. And I think that's agreed by others. The second point I wanted to bring up real quickly, just for thought, Dr. Cromer mentioned, if I understood her right, last year's school enrollment was 1570. She said current is 1678. So Floyd County school enrollment, high school, if I understood her correctly, enrollment's increased by 100 people. The census.gov shows Floyd County populations increased from 15,276 to 15,658. So populations increased by 400 people over the last 4 years. That's from their website. So hypothetically, if the high school populations increased in comparison to the Floyd County population increasing, the thing I would ask this board to consider, if it's increasing by 400 people in 4 years, it would be about 2,000 people in 20 years, right? Which would increase roughly 1,000 new students. Floyd County High School would have 1,000 new students 20 years from now, based on census.gov and based on what Dr. Cromer presented earlier. So, Ms. DeVito earlier said with the elevator, she said we need to be thinking about long term. And my presentation to you, the thing I want you to think about as a board, I think you need to be thinking long term about Floyd County High School. 20 years from now, the increase in students, 1,000 new students, we may need a new technology center, we may need more parking, we may need whatever. And they're not gonna make any more land that connects to Floyd County High School. So I urge you to think about long-term. The best suit of the land is for the school system, period. Don't think about today, don't think about tomorrow, think about 15 years from now.
So that's all I got. My 4 minutes is up. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
And our final speaker is Chip Camp from the Little River District.
I also have something for the board to take a look at, known as Exhibit A. My name is Chip Camp, Sandy Flats Road in Little River District. I appreciate the opportunity again to speak in front of the board, as I have several times. I must say I missed you guys for a couple of months. I know we had one meeting canceled by weather and various other things going on, but anyway, it's good to be back. The pictures you're looking at were taken on September 30th. On October 2nd, I got in touch with with VDOT through their website, requesting they come and mitigate the issues with the road. There's potholes, there's washouts, there's a plethora of issues associated with that. They haven't shown up yet. I contacted them again on Christmas Day, because I had nothing better to do but sit around and get on the computer. And I got through to the website, which I was happy about. And again, there has been nothing done to mitigate the issues associated with that road. Got potholes in front of Farmer Bill's cattle crossing. We got boulders in the road. We've got the ditches are either filled with gravel or completely cut out to the point where you could bottom a car out there if you wanted to. The other thing too is the last photograph on that I gave you shows one side of a hill coming up. I live at the bottom of the hill on the other side as you come down, and the other side of the road right now is in great shape. It's flat, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's in great shape because it's all dirt. There is no gravel, and what happens is that when that freezes, it's a perfect road. When it thaws, it's like my grandson's slick and flat. And I'm seriously concerned that a bus which takes that road up is gonna slide off the road. I mean, it's slick. So anyway, I just wanted you to realize that, and I talked to Mr. Clark also after he left, and I gave him a pack of those pictures. I could have taken a dozen more. I didn't want to bore you, and I didn't want to spend a whole lot of money printing them off. But something has to be done with that road, and I will ask you, if you have any questions, just drive that road once, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's dangerous. And if you do take that drive, by the way, bring a four-wheel drive, because you might not get through otherwise. Anyway, thank you. I'll probably see you again sometime soon. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming by.
Thank you.
That's it. All right. Yep, then I'll declare the public comment period closed.
He's gone. Oh, there he is. The 1,509's total school population, not just the high school. That's all elementary and everything. Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Frank, is that road from the maintenance on, has it been abandoned or is it discontinued?
It's
been discontinued.
Alright, so
What-
there's
what
still
I-
a right of way through there.
What I understand, the county still has the right of way from 750 to Duncan's Chapel Church.
Right.
Bob Mitchell was telling me that that road, they used to travel through there years ago. And they just started going around that way, and they just
A lot of
quit.
people's traveled that road for a lot of different
Yeah.
reasons.
Yeah.
We won't go into them.
Well, there used to be a moonshine still back there in the woods.
I heard that rumor. I heard that rumor.
Yeah, cause when I first moved up
Initials
there, I used to
JB.
walk on that land, and I found some, barrels, wooden barrels. And I seen Mike Thurman, cause I know he had the sawmill over there where they done cleaned all the trees out. And I asked him, could I have them wooden barrels? He said, I don't know nothing about them barrels. If you want them, you can have them. I like to never got them out.
They were fruit barrels.
Oh, they had a good odor in them.
Yeah, yeah.
But the sign just need to be moved up to Gary Chafin's, and Gary said it'd be fine with him.
It's your district, Walter, but when you move the sign, the lady was right in one thing. If we move that sign and extend the maintenance of the road, then it does have to be brought up to standards. But right now, wherever that sign is where the state stops their maintenance.
Correct.
If we move that sign, then it would be, I don't mean to be argumentative, but I'm just letting you know, she is correct, cause I've run into it in my district several times, that they wanted to extend it, and VDOT won't accept it unless it's brought up to standards.
Well,
How far is it from, where that in-state maintenance out past Chafin's taxidermist stuff? Quarter mile?
no, it ain't near that far.
Okay.
Eighth of a mile?
Maybe,
Okay.
maybe, might not. It probably ain't 500-600 foot. I didn't measure it with my wheel tape when I
Right.
sealed driveways. I could have done it. But I'll have a measurement when I come back.
I came out there and rode that road a couple months ago, and I done forgot how far.
I'll drive out through there either today or tomorrow.
Right.
I might take my little measuring stick and see how
Right.
far it is down there.
I don't know the lady's name, but she called me on a Friday, and I was up here on the Tuesday meeting in November, so it was that Friday. And I was working out there trying to lay cinder block to build that house. And that lady made me about half ill, cause she ain't got no common sense. And I talked to the guy at my highway department, said part of the problem, she's got an education from a college. I said, that's it, no common sense. And what she said, when the county don't own that no more, it's an easement. And she said, they give that land back to the landowners on each side of the road. And I said, no ma'am, I said, cause there's 61 acres at the end of that road, that would be a piece of landlocked land, cause Mike Turman owns the other side of it.
Well,
And she said, well, you would own half of the road. I said, so you telling me I could build a fence up through the center of that road? She said, you could if you wanted to.
I'll say one more thing, and we gotta move on that,
That's
didn't
fine.
we? Back in the sixties and back then, they used a term called abandoned for maintenance. And what happens is, that means what discontinued is today. And some people included in the VDOT organization, they see that abandoned and they think, all right, that's no longer, that went back to the property owners. And that's what's happened in your situation. That's why I asked if you knew if it's discontinued. That road was abandoned for maintenance. Somewhere in the sixties, seventies, they changed their terminology, then they just said abandoned and discontinued, and that's where she's getting confused at.
Okay, we need to move
I
on.
know, I'm sorry, I just didn't want him to,
Well, she said it was a 30-foot right of way, and to bring it up to standards, it had to be a 50-foot right of way,
well,
and it had to be surveyed,
Yeah.
and it'd be 20 years before they could do anything.
but,
We need to move on.
I know, I'm sorry, I just didn't want him to.
It's all right, appreciate it.
On your way home. All right, so next we got the priority list for VDOT high risk. I got a question right off the bat.
Sure.
Yeah, I was looking down through here, I guess JT's me and JB's jury and all.
Mm-hmm.
When you get down to,
Which one are we looking at? The big one? Potential or
Colorful
priority?
one?
The potential road project.
Yeah.
But that's not
Yeah, we
priority,
could put it
right?
up.
So,
You want the
Then on
colorful one
funding.
up or do you want the other one up?
He's on the colored one.
Okay.
When we get on that,
thank you, Frank.
whatever that is, maintenance or whatever.
Cause there's two, there's, and just direct me
This
to
is the-
where.
This is the first one,
Yeah, the colorful one.
The
Right.
first one,
Potential.
okay.
Right.
Let me send, can you send that to Deanna?
when you get down to Thunderstruck Road,
Yes, please.
you got three, that's under me, and I do not have Thunderstruck.
No, that, if, just to remind everybody, and this will be, Walter, this will help you. This originally went out without anything, and if, I don't know if you remember, cause it's been a minute, it's almost a year.
Yeah.
You were asked to grade by importance.
Right.
So that's what those numbers,
Oh,
all
okay.
those numbers are, so
Okay,
you may have a
Remember
number.
that now because-
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's,
okay.
and so just so you know, this is like the last time it was completed.
Yeah.
Carla, nor Ladina, nor Jenny, nor I, nor anybody, the obvious ones we took out, like the four-way stop sign and the
Right.
things. So this, for right now, is to revisit it, either leave, take off, add because we've removed, for you guys to tell us, and then
The other
we'll
one.
probably, Carla will reprioritize them again.
It's still not the one I have.
That's not the one.
Yeah, it's the other one.
I'm sorry, they're both, look. See this one?
The smaller one? I just.
I remember
Large.
one.
Not the
I've
small
seen
one,
it.
It's
the
the
big
first
one.
one.
I've sent them both of these that are.
Okay, Danny, it's the other
I
one?
would say that this, this list was
There you go.
That's it.
from high-risk roads,
Right.
funding that VDOT had asked us to get your, input. Well, they have not funded anything under that high-risk road funding.
Right.
They've put it towards other programs. But these are still in our project pipeline with VDOT. So,
You can take that top one off.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Now, they didn't put the decal, the wording on the road on either side of the church school, but I found out they're not gonna do that, because if they do that, they have to do it all across the state, and
They're not gonna do,
they're not gonna expend that, but they did get the speed reduction.
okay,
yes, they did.
So that one's off. I can speak to that one.
And that turnip patch, they still haven't done anything to that.
Do you wanna leave that one?
Yeah.
And then what about, didn't they tell you that D Hart store is just not,
Well, maybe we can go down the list, this way we're not jumping and we don't miss anything, is you okay?
yeah,
Will that work?
I
And then
think so,
later
but
on, and
it'd
then
probably help me a little bit.
Yeah. So, do you want me to just run them down and say leave or remove? Intersection at Ridgeview Road,
I'd leave it.
leave it.
It's your
Improve-
district, but I'd leave it.
I know it's there, but I mean, I'm not understanding why they would want 4 stop signs there, each way, ain't that what they're asking for?
Well,
Four-way, yeah.
well, what happened was, through the years, we put rumble strips.
Mhm.
They get knocked off by snowplows and whatever. There's been several bad I'm just going through history all the way
I
back to,
understand.
Yeah,
back
there's
to,
been some
I remember they
fatalities
dug
there.
that bank out in there because of
There's been
accidents.
some bad accidents there, and it's always been, that's the only other thing that we've come up with to,
Right.
or whoever sat in your seat. This is going all the way back to Ethel Duncan's days.
Yeah.
And
Well, let's leave them then.
Yeah, and that had a very bad accident just recently.
intersection here.
yeah,
Like
Don't worry about that.
not even maybe a month, 2 months
I
ago.
remember that, yes.
And also, in my humble opinion, if it stops and slows people down, going from that intersection to 221 on 750, that needs speed reduction on top of it, cause nobody should be traveling that space at 55. In my opinion, I think that's just a
I can remember a time when there was a group called themselves the Ridge Runners.
Yeah.
55 was never a.
Well, they
That's going
straightened a lot of.
Oh, I know, and it might be fun, but it's just not a safe
You
thing to
didn't have
do.
as many vehicles back then.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
trying to remember, I can remember one fatality there.
Yeah.
There may have two.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm thinking you're right, there has been two.
Yep. And we've seen it, the new four-way stop on Franklin Pike and Shooting Creek, that it, people get used to it real quick
Oh, yeah.
and
No
it's
brainer.
been good, so.
I've been
So we'll
coming
leave
down
that
through there
one?
and they ignored stop signs and just blow on through.
You've still got a few.
You do.
So, go ahead.
Improve 615 from 221 to Floyd Regional Commerce Center.
Yep.
Okay. We scratched out Franklin Pike Shooting Creek, that has been completed. Portion of Christiansburg
Didn't take
Pike,
long,
615 from Bluebird to Little River Bridge. Area needs guardrails.
And the road is falling away, so yes.
Okay, leave it.
Yep.
Okay, speed reduction and line of sight issue, Allen Ridge, Easter Creek Road.
Yeah,
Are we leaving it?
I would like to.
I don't think anything's been done or addressed it,
Okay.
Yeah, but
Rogers Road,
Yeah, same as,
yeah.
Hart's Road.
what'd they say about that?
on D-Hart Store Road, everything is fine for a rural rustic, it just don't meet, traffic count.
Right.
That's
So-
where we need to get it down.
Yeah, I'm trying to
you
get
know,
it down, so we need to leave that one then.
Okay.
Alright.
Sour Mills Dam Road,
I don't know that they ever did anything down there,
I don't either.
and you've got several places down there, especially where the guardrail's right on the road.
Yeah.
That the water comes across there and the
Oh,
roads.
absolutely.
For now, I would ask to leave that on there and I'll make a trip down there and do some inspection.
Yeah, I can check. I can check too.
221 at Black Forest.
Yeah, nothing's been done there.
Speed reduction, intersection of Allen Ridge and Mount Elbert Road.
I'd like to see the speed reduced on the whole road myself.
Thank you. Thank you. Agreed.
Because when you get to meeting some of them log trucks, especially over at, Virginia's had experience with that, It's sort of iffy,
It is.
and, just cause it says 55 mile an hour and it's otherwise posted, so it needs to be posted, reduced all the way through.
Okay.
So is that the entirety of Allen Ridge?
Yeah, 750, the entire thing, if you'll add that.
Wouldn't be on.
Reduce the speed all the way from Route 8 to 221 on
Allen Ridge Road,
Allen Ridge Road.
750.
I wouldn't mind doing that, yeah, it needs to come down to probably 45.
So leave that on there.
Leave that on
Okay.
there, yes.
Thunderstruck,
Yeah, same
Oh,
as,
yeah.
Indian
Well,
River,
definitely,
Indian Valley Road, sorry.
It does need ditching, yes,
Okay,
it does.
Can we go back to Allen Ridge and Mount Elbert? Do you want me to leave that or
leave it
Yes.
and extend the entire road.
the entire road of Allen Ridge, but does that particular intersection need to stay for itself?
Good
Well,
question,
that-
Carl,
that should-
sorry.
That should be a lower one.
That should be a 35 zone and the rest, I've been trying, and my next fight with FACO and the VDOT committee is to push for 45 mile an hour limit on all paved secondary roads.
From Dusty Rock all the way to Route 8 should be 35, cause that is curvy. And there's a lot of driveways that comes
Well,
out.
it took me 3 years to get to 40 mile an hour on Dusty Rock, so, even though half of it was already 40.
Carla, you good? Okay. Speed reduction near Indian Valley Road and Duncan's Chapel.
Yeah, that is an accident waiting to happen. I mean,
Okay.
there've been a lot of accidents right there, especially
Amen.
coming from the Montgomery County side. You cannot see when you're pulling out there. A lot of people will pull out into the other lane, just so they'll clear the other lanes to make sure they don't get hit, so it does need a reduction right there.
So-
Woods Gap, I'm sorry?
Yeah, so I'm thinking, so if you extend from the school, like, would you want it from, like, the school past the intersection,
I would say from the fire department.
fire
because
department?
You got that,
Yeah.
to turn
Right,
down
that
and go out,
That whole
Yeah.
zone.
that whole zone right there.
Yeah.
Probably From north to be
Maxwell
35
Road.
through there.
Yeah, and maybe extend it down to what road?
Just past the church there would be good. A little bit further, maybe, there's
Yeah,
a
maybe
church right
past
there.
the church, the cemetery,
Cause once you get on down through there, the next road to the left down there is Duncan Valley.
Duncan Valley, yeah,
And you ain't gonna get over 15 miles down that road anyway, an hour.
right.
That's
So,
true.
It's a 5 mile an hour road.
Speed reduction from the fire department to,
The church.
Church.
Past the church.
okay,
Maybe.
I'm not familiar with that, so I don't know.
Or
what
what's the
church is.
cemetery, Big Springs, is that the cemetery?
Big Sand.
Big Sand.
Yeah,
Big
Big Sand.
Sand.
I was trying to think. It was
Well,
Big Sand.
Spring Sand, I
Down to-
was,
down to the
I
cemetery.
had the S.
You had the right part.
Go ahead, Levi.
Down to the cemetery.
Big Sand.
Big Sand.
Big Sand Cemetery.
Okay.
I was close.
Woods Gap Road improvement?
And that's from 710, there at the
798 to
landfill,
town.
back toward,
Town, yeah.
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 I think we're gonna need to take a look at that if things
Yeah.
do take place
Shape.
over there.
I think that's probably
That's smart,
Smart
actually,
idea.
especially if we're moving all that in there.
We have asked them, it's not on this list, but it's on our project pipeline, to look at a four-way stop sign there at Barberry and Woods Gap.
Well, it would be a three-way.
Well, three-way, I mean,
Yeah.
yes. Where, yeah.
You still need it?
Absolutely, is it there?
It's not on this list, it's in the
Oh,
project
had recent changes.
It's in
so
the
I-
project. And the biggest problem right there is the sight distance, because you gotta pull out in the road
Oh,
to look
pretty
back
much.
down. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that improves safety of,
A lot of ways,
Everybody.
a lot of
So,
ways.
so maybe if that's something we wanna add, you know, at the end, once
Yeah.
we get through these,
Yeah.
and there's ones that you want to add that's been removed, we can do that.
I think a lot of that is that shrub just growed up right there on that corner, ain't it? Yeah.
Shoulder and ditch work on entire length of Thomas Farm Road.
yes.
Ditch is too deep, 300 block of Newtown Road, near Mount Zion,
They've started working on it, but they still haven't addressed it the way they need to.
so leave it on there.
I would ask
Okay.
that stay.
221 needs a sign for blind curve on approaching Timberline Road.
Yeah, right there on the top of the hill there where Shady Grove comes in, 221.
No,
You got
that's,
that
this
dip
is
down
Timberline.
there?
This is
and
Locust
This is
Grove.
Timberline,
This
yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah,
check,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No,
I
that's
got
okay.
too far ahead of you there.
I think that's a wise move, don't you, Levi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Timberline.
Finish paving Laurel Creek Road.
Yep.
Is that
Yep.
Beaver Creek Road, reduce speed.
Yeah,
I've
you
been
addressed
trying,
that,
I've been
yeah.
trying for
I know,
years.
yep.
Clear overgrowth near the intersection of Turnip Patch Road
And
and
Sheila,
Sheila Road.
is that still?
Yeah.
Still needs it.
Leave it on? Okay.
Brush it, figure out. School
Study for
buses.
speed reduction, signs on Webb's Mill Road, at both ends of Lumber Lane.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
they asked me about that a while back, going out Lumber Lane there. If they could lower it down to 25 through there, because you get a lot of people just flies through there, you know.
Well, now that's on Lumber Lane, this is on Route 8.
Oh, yeah, that's right, they had that accident up there a while back, yeah.
Because of the truck traffic. Tractor and trailer pulls out, especially at the top part.
Mhm.
Even if nothing coming, if somebody's already up to 55, they're on top of them, I don't know how many people's reported fussing about the tractor and trailers pulling out in
But
front of them.
you know what, I think that when you're looking at something like that, I agree, don't get me wrong. I'm almost thinking you extend it down to the intersection with Ridgeview, even though that may end up later on in this thing getting a turn lane. But you almost want it before, I mean, I know you're coming up the hill, but those two spots on Lumber Lane, there's not a whole lot of
Right.
distance, so I would just expand it, if you're gonna
Well,
reduce
no, I was
speed.
gonna go out past,
Willis Road.
Elephant Curve?
Will's Ridge to,
Yeah,
the
Wills Ridge
Wills
Road.
Ridge
Yes.
Road.
Okay,
I was gonna extend that in on out to there, you come up over the hill and
Right.
you're right there at
Yeah.
Julius's, start there.
okay,
And then I was going to extend it past Gallimore Lane, not
Yeah.
all the way down the right, on around there, about where Vinton's house is.
Okay, alright,
I think it would be good all the way down to 7:30 because there's a
that's
lot
what
of
I'm
traffic
saying.
turning down there to turn out 7:30 past the breadbasket. We
Well,
got
I'm
that.
hoping to take care of that with the
Turn
turn
lane.
lane.
Start at, you wanna start at Elephant Curve, that.
See,
where it
that's what
comes
I'm
back
thinking.
out, cause it's the state road before Wills Ridge.
yeah, I'm thinking
And that,
do it at
and Julius is
Elephant
in between those two.
Right. That's what I'm thinking, I like the Elephant Curve, the top end of Elephant Curve.
That's, I just don't want to, the reason I didn't want to go past Gallimore Lane too far, I don't want to use that as an excuse not to do the turn lane on 7:30.
Now,
See,
you did it all the way down to 7:30 and the turn lane wasn't put in down there. And you slowed them down there, would you have to do it where it's the passing zone?
Yeah, you would have to.
you probably have to do away with the passing zone.
Right there at
And
55.
also, but it's not gonna help the turning onto 7:30.
Right.
Whether you're 45 or 55, they're still riding your bumper.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Oh, yeah.
and it's not gonna solve the accident problem there. See, nobody's been killed yet, thank
Right.
goodness. But when that dump truck wrecked there, that's as close as it comes. That's what really put it back on the radar.
Yep.
And that driver did a great job not doing any more, I mean, he got into the guardrail, but not doing any more damage than he done. Because the vehicle, but, and some of the biggest problems is that you have people that don't know the county.
Yeah.
They get right on top of a road and they throw their signal on and go to turn, something coming, boom. And, you know, I don't have a problem going from Elephant Curve to, say, past Gallimore Lane, but for now.
Okay. Okay. I wrote that down.
Northbound Route 8 from town at a left-hand turn lane, returning onto Ridgeview Road.
Which is stay
Also
around
the
7:30.
right, 7:30 approach sign.
Yeah, that's the one.
Keep it,
I'd like to keep that.
okay.
Has the approach sign been?
It had, the approach sign had, I finally got them to put that in. Now,
Okay.
somebody wiped out the Route 8 signs there and they haven't put them back, but
We'll take that off though, okay. Near block 400 block of Music Road is narrow and the culverts come right up to the road.
They do, I've been out that road.
there's several places on that road the culverts need replacing and fixing, but
Ditch too deep between 802 Floyd Highway North and the driveway of 836.
Which one is that?
That's down,
Black
Black
Forest.
Ridge.
Or,
Is that
yeah,
what
Black
that is?
Forest.
Black
I
Forest.
mean, Black Forest, yeah.
yeah.
Keep
It's
that.
too deep between
It's in
802.
that same area with the water.
Yeah, with the water. It's
Yeah.
probably caused by the water.
Well, they did some work right there, and
Yeah.
when they cleared out that ditch, they
Daniel.
made it deeper. And if you run off the road there, you're going to wreck.
Yeah.
You're gonna be in the ditch.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
There's no shoulder, there's almost no shoulder.
Wasn't
Yeah.
that the area,
It's
Levi,
like yellow line
when you
full.
were, well, you were out of school, but wasn't that where Kevin Sowers? Not Kevin, yeah, Kevin, he was a high school student, played ball with
Griff
me.
Connor.
Huh?
Kevin Connor.
Kevin Connor,
Yeah,
right.
Possibly.
I think he wrecked right in there.
Possibly.
We'll keep that on there.
There's been
I'd
2 or
keep
3
it on
wrecks
there.
out there.
221
Yeah.
needs a
I don't know why. it's
signage
just-
for the blind curve and blind intersection when approaching Shady Grove.
You keep it.
There you go. And then Shady Grove Road, when you turn off 221, start up the hill, there's a blind curve. People cut the curve.
They do, yes.
Has anything been trimmed or anything over there? Okay.
My
They
knowledge.
ain't touched nothing up there.
Alright,
I wonder if they could do it like they did on Dandy Run down there at Stonewall.
That's what I was just thinking.
That
Because they did
curve,
that within just a
They
few
did
months.
good on
that's right.
And once we got it,
oh yeah, they did.
once we got it on them, once they got on it,
that curve right there where we're talking about, right
It was
there,
both
you
of
go,
ours.
you going up the
It's a
hill.
split.
It's kinda
Yeah,
right at
it-
the edge of
Yeah.
both of ours, so.
I bet you
read
it
that on
wouldn't take
there.
them, it
Yeah.
wouldn't take them a half a day to get
Okay.
backwards.
I mean, they did a great job. If you haven't been out on Daniel's
Oh, yeah.
Run to look at it, you all ought to go
Yes.
and look at it, cause it's really, really nice.
It is.
And it has improved that whole situation immensely.
So these, I'm sorry.
So that, yeah, so is there anything, cause there's been a couple of comments, just to make sure that we're clear, is there anything
Nope.
for this particular list that you'd like to add?
I think a three-way stop there at Barbary and Woods Gap would be,
This is what I wrote down for new, add reduced fee for the entirety of $750. For the Webb's Mill at the Lumber Lane, change it, from Elephant Curve to Belmore Lane, the reduced fee.
or just past each.
Okay, and then, add Barbary Woods Gap three-way due to the site distance. That's it.
I've got one to add if I can.
Okay.
Wilson's is right close for me and Linda, but Wilson Cemetery, Stonewall and Wilson Cemetery, we had a complaint come up a couple of months ago on it, but guardrail,
Yeah.
guardrail to be added just, I guess, what's that, north of Wilson Cemetery?
Yes,
Is
it's
it on
Stonewall.
Stonewall?
It's on Stonewall.
On Stonewall, okay.
actually, I guess it's east,
Is it east?
yeah, cause the sun rises
Yeah.
northeast, whatever.
Yeah.
Could you-
Towards the
Very-
Stonewall
very steep
end.
bank there, going towards Daniel's Run,
Right, I mean Daniel's Run, you're on
once you
Stonewall.
pass Wilson Cemetery.
So on Stonewall pathway, going
Yeah.
toward Daniel Run.
Yeah.
Right,
Guardrail on the right side, right shoulder.
right. That pond has a guardrail, right? On the other side of the road, that pond right at the corner of Double Spring.
Oh, yeah,
and-
yeah, yeah.
it's got a curve,
I think
guardrail.
How deep's the
I
bank back
would
there?
like to see a guardrail on Sawmill over there,
I can
Sawmill
tell you
Hill.
from experience,
Hold on.
unless they changed it, the last time I tried to get guardrail, tried to get it down there where you, on this
Oh, yeah,
side
I
of
know.
before you turn up to,
Yeah, you can't.
out 750, they measured it, it was like 14 and a half feet down, they said it had to be 16 feet minimum.
Yeah, that's
I'd
why
say
we-
this is- I'd say this is deeper than 16, so.
Yeah, there's a section on Little Mountain, I tried to get guardrails and it wasn't high enough.
Levi, could you give me,
The range.
can you go back a range of what block so that I can get the
Yeah.
intel view? And
I'll
on which
email it
side,
to you.
on which side of the road is it going towards
Yeah,
Daniel's
thought about
Run? Is it on the right or?
Right.
I
On the
just
right.
talked to Chris about it.
Okay.
He said,
Mr. Phillips, you had one?
Yeah, I do, on Sawmill Hill, I know it's a dirt
it's
road,
okay.
But,
and this section is more than 16 feet right there. There's, I mean, it's kinda narrow, it's hard for
That's
two
50
cars to
vehicles
pass
a
right in there.
day, might be worth looking
But it's
at.
probably got a, coming down that hill is probably from here to the courthouse over anyway, isn't it, Jeff?
I gotta get that checked.
And it's,
I know,
it's like this right here. It's steep, and they have complained about it, but we need guardrail on that section right there bad. And it's about halfway out through there, I think.
Yep.
Is there a block?
If you're coming from 787 going towards 750 Allen Ridge, it'd be on the right, going up the hill.
If you, again, if you could try to give me a block,
I will.
like
I'll try to get a
6, 7
mailbox number
blocks,
right in
something like that. And you said it's on the right?
Going towards
750?
Allen Ridge.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of them where if you start out, you got a long way to roll.
Oh, gosh, I don't,
There's
I
not
thought
much to stop you either, is there?
they told me a UPS truck backed over and parked that there one time.
Yeah.
Please.
What I can do with these is do the new list, and if you all want to rank them again, I can bring them back to you, but it will not be until March.
okay,
That's fine.
But I will not be
that's
in any
fine,
more
yeah,
meetings.
that's fine,
It's not gonna slow them down.
It's not like if we do it next, at our January meeting, they're gonna hop on it first of February, so yeah, that'll be fine.
I just really appreciate you bringing this back up to us and having us look at this again, cause this is a really important thing and
We need to do it every January.
I don't know, yeah.
Whoever's setting it.
And maybe we should put Sandy Flats on, just if it gets done in another way, to improve it. And I would think from its intersection with Shooting Creek Road to I don't know, if we're gonna do it, we ought to do it. Oak Hill Farm Road, I guess, right there, that's a private
Top of that
driveway.
hill.
Yeah, just go all the way.
And do what?
Probably
Improve
past the
it,
mill, you're gonna go up the
Yeah,
hill,
past the
probably
mill
there.
and-
Pass the mill around and up and.
and cause there's a lot of people in that development there. And that gets a lot of traffic and they go out to Shooting Creek
and a
at
lot
the
of-
mill.
And there's a lot of cross-cut traffic in there.
Yes,
too.
there is.
I would
I
be,
don't think I've ever done a great side-by-side ride though.
Is it?
yeah,
So you, what do you want?
There's a safety issue there, I would think ditches, just adequate ditching, paving, not paving, but ditching,
grading,
and
and maybe we can add it to the bottom of the 6-year list or
yeah,
something.
maybe, but
Does it
just put
need
that
to-
in there.
Does it need gravel? Cause I remember him saying it
Yeah.
didn't have gravel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it needs
Certain
gravel,
areas.
yeah, certain areas.
Maintain.
Actually, it's pretty much a sheet of dirt there through, all the way over to Oak Hill Farm Road. The private road at the end of that major subdivision
Right.
that's out there.
Alright.
And I dare say there's probably 50 vehicles a day on that thing.
Well, I will put them on the list and we'll catch it back up in March.
Alright, sounds great.
And, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carl.
Thank you.
Is it alright if we think of any others, just to let them know?
We can assist,
No,
if it's
no,
okay.
no,
If
at the bottom
you
of
wanna
the
give us
list.
the
There you go.
template and push it back, maybe it'll be all done by the time you get back.
So what about this other list too?
That other list was your top 5 or 6.
Mhm.
And those are the ones that we gave specifically to VDOT as your top priorities for that
So
funding, and
you'll,
then they can
it'll
do
be
anything
extracted
with
from
funding.
this once you score it.
Yeah, so basically we completed 3 of the 6.
See that?
Yeah,
Good job, Carla.
Yeah, we did, we got 3 of the 6.
got the Daniel Runs Bank took care of, we got
Gallimore
Gallimore Lane
Lane
took care
and
of.
Franklin Pike.
We got Franklin Pike took care of.
Yep.
So we can.
So am I right, Carla, once you gave it back to the board and they scored it, that's how this priority list came
Yeah.
about, correct?
Right,
Right.
cause this big one, it's got everybody's score on there and then what the, what'd you say those scores were?
Gallimore
On
Road
that,
was done?
Yeah, Gallimore was
on
done.
that deal here at Store Road on that one, it's got widening. It meets the width and everything for Rural Rustic. They just want it surface treated.
This is the other one.
Yeah.
Surface treated? I didn't think that Rural Rustic had to be surface treated.
They'll
Or does it
pave
have-
to whatever they need,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay.
Whatever they
It does.
want, they won't do, cause
Yeah, it won't be
Oh,
such a,
yes.
do we
Yeah.
take it off of there?
road widths already, you know,
They
they just don't meet the traffic count.
see, that's another thing on that what that other guy was talking about. They will not take a dirt road
Go
in.
team.
It has to be paved, treated, whatever they wanna call it. They got several different terminology. But they pretty much stated that they no longer are taking a dirt road into the system, period.
I shouldn't say this, but if from that stop sign out to Chaffetz, if they bring it up to state standard, then the other part of the road's not gonna be state standard. 'Cause, you know, right there, because that road's so narrow, I could ride out through and hold my hand out and rub the fence as I went through.
Yeah, well, it's going up into that, it's just steep on the sides, you'd have to take the fence out and replace the fence and everything to bring it to that.
Just a quick note on that road, I mean, it is discontinued, in VDOT's defense. Once they discontinue a road, they have nothing to do
They're
with it.
done with it.
They're done with it, they don't know, they can go and check the records if it's discontinued or abandoned. she could tell them that they could put a fence across it,
But
they
they can't.
can't, because, you know,
It's still a public
it's just
right
a
of way.
public road. That does go up. I don't know that it goes all the way up to Jacob's property, I think it might be abandoned before that. I have to look at that again, but,
Well, I was
he
thinking-
had wanted to subdivide and he can't.
Right. It's discontinued a certain distance, but the other end of it, it's abandoned, isn't it?
It is, it don't go all the way through.
That's what I mean.
Right.
It's growed up.
Some say at some point, part of it, I think, was abandoned. That's why I was asking about his end.
Yeah.
Well, just because it's grown up doesn't mean it's abandoned.
Right.
That, we have found that out. Yes, we have.
My gosh.
Gary, don't it come out at Weeks or Reed Road down there, right there next to it?
Somewhere right in there, I
Cause I've
think.
seen the old road bed go back in there.
I was thinking the same thing that you
She
said.
nailed
We
it,
didn't-
that was drop the mic.
What people don't
At the
realize,
same
Grown
time.
up.
Just because it's grown up.
Been there.
You can't walk through it, you can't drive through it, but they can if they want to.
That's right.
what people don't realize on bringing it up to state standard,
Right.
they gotta ditch it, pave it, gravel it and everything.
Yep.
David told me, probably been 2 years ago, right above my house, they was wanting about the same length. When the county take over. I told him, I said, you realize you got water on both sides, you gotta ditch it, you gotta cut them trees, you gotta widen the road. David told me you could figure $1 million a mile.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I told Tommy, I said, you figuring close to $500,000 just bring this road up to state standard. He said, that's all right, we just gravel it ourselves.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of gravel.
And just another misconception to bring up is, he said that he was told that it's discontinued, it went back, the county no longer owns it. That is not true.
Right.
When VDOT, when it's discontinued, it reverts to the county. It may be a prescriptive easement, meaning that the landowner owns the land under it, but unless that land is abandoned, that road, the county has, it.
It's a public right of
That's
way.
right.
What do you mean by abandoned?
If it's abandoned so that it's no longer a public use,
So if trees and everything's growing up in it, it's abandoned and it's not the county's no more, but it's the landowner?
States give up.
It don't mean,
right
it don't
away.
mean that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that
I was
necessarily, it
trying to
just
get
depends
the
on,
abandonment.
yeah, it depends on how it's
Abandonment
recorded
state.
at the, on the documents.
Okay.
right,
Yeah.
the VDOT has a lot in VDOT records, it says they're completely abandoned, but they're not.
No.
Like he said, the supervisors book record says abandoned as to maintenance, which just is discontinued.
Right.
So now we have to tell people, that's not really abandoned, that is and we have a lot of those in the county, which one day we'll have to talk about. how
We've
we
run into
organize
several
those.
of them through the years.
Yeah.
So
Like I can
There's
go run, I
something
can, if it's
about a
discontinued, I can drive
utility
a horse
running
through
beside
Or
it too, like that road
people
we
do that all
live
the
on,
time, but
when you pass
Yeah, I
Jenny's
understand
house.
that.
Yeah, it's,
You know, it's discontinued, but they said they couldn't abandon it because Citizens has their,
Utilities.
yeah, got their telephone line up there from Brandon Road up, so. But you ain't gonna get through there anyway, even if you had a bulldozer on the way.
And also something else for Mr.
Yeah.
Phillips, awareness, it takes board action to abandon a road.
Okay.
You all can request the road to be discontinued, and then VDOT does whatever they need to do for that. But if somebody requests to abandon a road, which we still need to do the new policy, I'm aware, but then it takes a public hearing and board action to completely abandon a road.
Actually, you'll get some experience with that, because we still got Weddle Road pending.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yes, but you all didn't wanna tackle that until we redo
Right, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
policy.
It's on hold right now.
Right.
Has anybody responded to them?
He copied me on that email that he sent to
He
you
did,
and
me
Joe,
too.
but I did not, he sent it to you all. He just copied me and I did not respond.
Right.
I can, if you would like for me to, but he does email me every now and then to ask me what the
Yes.
what the status is, but
Well, we got
It's-
hung up on that land division ordinance now that it's out of the way, at least for 6 months, hopefully, maybe longer. Maybe we can get back to that.
That's the reason I didn't respond, cause I know that he'd been in contact with Cora.
Well,
well, yes, I mean, we can look at it whenever you all wanna look at it, but when I come back, you all will probably be in budget season.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you all wanna,
They don't mention.
work on
well,
with them or
we
not.
just
We don't.
need to, I think at those meetings, cause we need to rehash some stuff with Steve, so Steve needs to sit in on some of those
Yeah.
meetings as to what we can do, cause the whole idea is to move some of this up front
Right,
to where, I mean, gather as much information as you can to give before us, then, because if the board's not inclined to abandon it, I don't see going through all this mess and all this advertising, all this expense. Now, some part of it we may have to, but that's kind of where I was coming from, try and get as much of this, let the property owners do it, or the requestee do as much of this up front. We have that information, then the board by consensus we can talk amongst ourselves.
Right.
If a majority is considering abandoning it, we move forward. If a majority is not, then there's no need to move forward and to expend all that stuff and postings and all that stuff.
well, when the planning fees were posted on Facebook with the public notice, there was one comment, that somebody feels like that for road abandonment, that the person requesting the abandonment should have to have a professional survey of the entire road, which I don't agree, I mean, I don't disagree with, because it would have helped in the last one that you all had, because the one that we had showed it going in and out of the property, but we didn't know exactly where it was at.
Yeah, you're talking about the one up in Copper Hill.
No, the
Oh.
one up on Run It Back.
Oh, Run It Back, right.
We
That's right.
said it twice, don't say it the third time.
I'm not.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, I know, I heard you. I didn't.
That Beetlejuice effect will get you every time.
But didn't the other one do it too? The one up in Copper Hill, what was the name of that one?
There was one up there at some point.
Yeah, that was.
No, they didn't, they didn't.
Little Valley Farm,
Yeah, they didn't.
What was it?
Little Valley Farm.
Little Valley Farm, is that
Well-
what it was? Yeah, but it went in and out
Yeah.
in one place.
The only concern, you're getting into some real money there.
Oh,
And
yeah.
if the board is not considering, see, that's where I'm coming from on trying, I want them to do as much as they can up front, but, does that mean that every abandoned road is gonna be required to be surveyed?
Well, if we put it
Stop
in
and
effect,
think.
that would be what we do.
Well, but you've got to that means, all right, what do you do when VDOT comes and asks us to abandon something
Right.
or they've changed the road? You gonna make them survey it as well?
That's up to you all.
But I'm saying, you
Yeah, I
see
know.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
I don't want
It's a Pandora's box.
Let's fight that battle when we get to it.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
but,
Okay.
anyway.
Anything else?
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Just name a road.
I'm ready.
Oh, I got a Greasy Hill, I got several.
What's the name of that road you live
No,
on?
these are
Jen?
mine.
All right, without
All
that,
right, under new business, sir, 16A, naming of shared drive, Cider View Lane Southeast, tax map numbers 46-19 and 46-19A. It's off
ready.
Secondary Road 681 and Franklin Pike.
I'm ready. When you are. I'd like to make a motion to name, Cider Lane, the road name for the shared drive off of Secondary Road 681 Franklin Pike. With parcel numbers 4619 and 4619A.
that's Cider View.
Cider View, yes, excuse me, Cider View.
I'll second that if you're ready.
It's okay? Move on. On a motion of naming shared drive, tax map number 46-19 and 46-19A, Cider View Lane Southeast, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right. Next on the list is naming of the shared drive Remy Ridge Lane Southeast, tax map number 57-43B. Currently, they're using the 750
That's
Thomas Farm Road Southeast.
Yeah, but they want it, this is a private road that they wanna name and they are going to pay for it.
That is correct.
And it paid. And they paid, I mean, on 12/9, so. When you're ready, sir, I'm ready. Oh, righty then. I will make a motion to name off of Thomas Farm Road. Where was it again?
Tax map number 5743B.
Yeah, I got it, yeah,
Okay.
5743B to Remy Ridge Lane.
Second.
Private drive.
Call and roll.
Okay, on the naming of shared drive, tax map number 57-43B, Remy Ridge Lane Southeast, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
And just as an aside, did they get to choose the number? If we do it, they had made that mention.
I believe so. I will review it now with Mark,
Yeah, if
because
we
that'll
need a
kind
number,
of be
yeah,
that lane now.
yeah, if we need a number and can we choose the number?
Yeah, they could, yeah, he was
And they
talking
wanted
possible
14,
lots or
22,
something,
yeah.
so just wanna make sure it makes sense.
Yep,
Just
got
a
it.
5-minute break before we go to closed
Sounds
session.
good to me.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
was always waiting on 1313 Mockingbird Lane. You know, the most,
Yeah,
that's what
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
nobody's, Are you
We're
counting
back on.
European too?
We're back
Yeah.
on.
Alrighty, we are back on TV. Alright,
Howdy.
alrighty. With that, we'll go into closed session under 2.23711A3, 2.237, well, it's.
Same one,
Same
same one.
So moved.
Second.
All right, on a motion to go into closed under 2.23711A3, discussion or consideration of acquisition of real property for public purpose or of the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position and negotiating strategy of the public body regarding workforce housing. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right.
You ready? I'll make a motion, we come out,
There we go.
I'll make a motion, we come out of closed session.
Second.
Alright, on the motion to come out of closed session, Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Terman?
Yes, please. For a motion of certification, we only discussed those things we went into closed session for.
So moved.
Second.
On a motion certification that we only such public business matters as we are identified in the motion by which we went into closed meeting, was convened, was discussed. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Mr. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Cox? Mr.
Yes.
Terman? Almost.
Almost, you almost.
Try to switch it around.
Yeah, I got you. I know.
So there won't
That's
be
right.
no action taken after we come out. We'll get that in the record.
Okay,
Um,
got it. Thank you.
I told your assistant, and because I didn't want to bother you at home, that letter email that me and you got yesterday about the little dogs and just get that in my correspondence.
Yes, sir. Okay, so you can.
Because, you know, I think that is something that's come up before a couple times. And I think animal control needs to do something.
Okay. I'll forward it on. It was
Good luck.
emailed to one of the department heads over there, but I'll make sure if you'd like,
Make sure,
Brian gets it.
because they expecting us to do something now and they don't realize that we don't have no authority over the sheriff's department.
Okay.
But we can whine like everybody else does.
I like that.
Board time, anybody got anything to discuss?
I touched on mine when Mark was here. If it's all right, I'll get with you and figure out what y'all looking at doing,
Oh, yes, sir.
if you would.
Yep.
Only thing I would bring up is that what I touched with Ms. Cromer on was about that their driveway behind the school up there, that maybe sometime if the school can't do it, maybe the county can pitch in there a little bit and help pave that section around through there. It would help the rescue squad and also fire trucks if they had to go back through there or something of that nature.
Yeah, and in that line, if I may, we had some funds set aside to do some repaving. Can we find out where that's at and what's going on and?
I have a, we actually just confirmed during this meeting, to meet regarding the budget. It'll be next Thursday. So I had it down to maybe visit, those funds and see where they're at. Or
Well,
maybe
I mean,
remind them.
It was such a big contention and it like had to be done and then we got it settled out and last I knowed it hadn't been done.
The parking lot at the school. It was part of, the
Insurance.
Final settlement.
No, it wasn't insurance.
Oh, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, it was
No.
It was a
Bond.
final settlement
settlement, that's
agreement
correct,
on
for
that
the
whole
parking lot.
thing.
So, and there was funds remaining for future
Repaving.
repaving and, I'll find out. I absolutely will.
Yeah, we need, I mean, it was a pretty big deal and then we got it worked out and then nothing's ever done, so.
I'll find out.
It hasn't
Yeah,
gotten
can
any
ask.
cheaper, has it?
Well, that's what I'm
Well,
afraid of.
the amount doesn't change that we had, cause that was
No,
part of.
but I'm
X
saying,
number of dollars, I think at one time it was talking about just repaving the whole thing with that harder asphalt.
Yeah.
But now, depending on the cost, they may just have to cut out the soft and repave it.
Possibly. That would be up to them, yeah.
The longer you wait, the less it's gonna go.
yeah, 'cause it's more expensive, it's got,
You are accurate.
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to say, yeah.
I get ahead of myself. I don't know if that's your county administrator.
I just have
I'm sorry.
a bit of board time, anybody else, you didn't have anything? Oh, okay, yeah, I just would like to put out there, I'd love to have a joint meeting with the EDA and the school board, and that's all I'll say on it.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Well, and along those lines, do we know where Steve's at and with
The charter?
the charter?
He has one priority commitment to do today that he committed to, and then after that will be
That's what Chad.
back on
Well,
request.
when and I think we all, when we get that back, after we've reviewed it and the way
We
we
should have a joint.
propose it,
I'm getting tired
there's
of him running this
supposed to be,
damn show.
I mean, we alluded to it, we would have another meeting.
Another joint.
Their budget time.
To wait until we get the chart and you.
Correct,
you-
but what we're saying is
And you
that,
guys approve it, and then we go from there.
right,
Right.
right, but then we were gonna have another joint meeting is the way how we left it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That was,
We
that
were
was the,
just
that was
asked-
the email that, you know, right?
Right,
Right.
and we were just asked about that at our last
Oh,
meeting,
yeah,
so.
yeah, no, that's exactly, and that's why we made sure to communicate with that in an email to everybody who attended that joint meeting, that
Yep.
we'll follow up.
Okay,
I think correspondence is next, sir?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we do have a report in there from AIM, which is our third-party EMS billing. There's reports from DSS for the month of December. The permit reports are in there. There's an elected officials handout. The school reports, financial report, nutrition report. The electoral office's handouts from VDEM, is that what you're saying?
The elected officials handout, yeah.
yeah, that's the
VDEM, that's the VDEM, from the VDEM meeting for you guys' reference.
Alright,
And the VDH situation update from the Virginia Department of Health.
alright,
And then we will also add that email from the citizen who was concerned with the situation with dogs on the side of Route 8. We'll add that as well.
alright. On the elected officials handout 2025, does that get updated every year, or is that a or do they keep that for 2025 and then they just change the date?
Honestly, I'm not sure,
Okay.
that was presented at the meeting that we had.
Okay,
So, but I can find out, we're kind of in a little bit of constant communication until we kind of streamline everything,
Right.
so
Yeah, just
that's
ask.
an easy ask,
it was a great handout,
yeah.
really great.
Go ahead.
Want me to go?
No, you keep going, I'm listening.
Asking the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you asked me, I'm sorry.
I got demoted, so.
Administration, security. Want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, administration, security, they were here, they were all outside doors. Have
Oh,
the
yeah.
new keypads, with the new codes, which are monitored by Danny as the admin, and then Jenny and I also have access to that site. In the event that Danny's out of pocket, we can go in and either add somebody or delete somebody as necessary. Danny did a great job, reached out to Sheriff Craig, and the two of them worked it out where every single deputy has an independent code in the event of an emergency. So,
Very
that was a
good.
great job by Danny and with the help from the sheriff. Again, you referenced the VDEM meeting. Oh, let me just rephrase, they will be back to get the inside doors. So this door up front and this door, down at the end, those two doors will also have keypads that we'll be able to access with the present code that you have. Again, I know I put an email out, if you guys would like your own code, you can have your own code, that's all I'll say. VDEM meeting, great meeting, Danny, Dustin, Joe, myself, and Mike Guzzo. Had a good meeting, we presented what we'd like to kind of realign the position. He was super positive about it. Looking forward to working with us and was really kind of had great I'm sorry, Jenny was there too, my apologies. Great comments about how the future of Floyd looks for and that it was, we had a good handoff, but that what we plan to do in the future looks really good. Dustin is attending, speaking of, a week-long certification, which puts him right in line for what's required for the county. So we'll have two people who have that for redundancy, as well as they have future certification classes through VDEM that are highly recommended, and they will both obtain those, so their certifications go higher and higher. We have the entry-level IT tech out there position to, would be directly under Danny. And then we also had a Procom meeting, Mark, Jerry, Joe, Danny, Dustin, and myself met with Joe Strickler from Procom to ensure that we were all on the same page and all brought current to the day of where we are with the towers, E911, and we're in a really good position. The last of it was one of the towers possibly towards Slatemont, and it looks like, we're in a good spot. We've fulfilled their last request with regards to the plat and a little change to the right of way, so we're looking forward to getting this going and moving forward.
I like what Joe said. He said he dreaded coming over here because he figured it was gonna be a long meeting, playing catch up and everything. And he gets here and we done way ahead of where
Yeah.
where he thought we should be.
Yep.
So that
Great.
says a lot for the rest of them, because
Yeah.
I had nothing to do with it.
But you were brought up to speed quite quickly, so you knew what was going on. So those are pretty much those big highlights from the week.
From your estimation, is there anyone else? I mean, obviously you have Danny and Dustin, but is there anybody else within our county structure that, obviously not going to their level, but that should have any kind of VDEM, voluntarily take VDEM classes?
We have interest,
Okay,
and we also have part-time people presently that would meet that qualification, that have expressed that they would assist at any time.
so there has been interest and it is available to them if, as we streamline this process of leadership from the county level, others could voluntarily, if they so desire, take some classes.
I don't wanna say it's available, but that's a budgetary discussion that would have
Understood.
to, take up at
Obviously,
during the
yeah.
budget time, if you'd like to make that opportunity available.
Okay, but there is interest.
There's interest.
Okay, thank you.
Several, I've received 4 emails, 3 of which have experience, 1 highly qualified from other localities.
Thing before we adjourn.
That's it for me.
I think Jerry has something for you.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we bring the minutes of December the 11th back up for discussion. And I'll explain why here if I get a second and we agree to
We
do
didn't
it.
get a second.
Yeah, second.
And if you wanna look at those minutes, folks, and go all the way to page 83.
Well, we gotta vote on it first.
Oh yeah, we gotta vote on it.
We gotta vote whether or not they come up or not.
Levi seconded,
Oh, okay.
if that's okay. So on a motion to bring up December 11th minutes, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes.
And if we can, I'm sorry, I missed this
December?
earlier, it just dawned on me.
11.
If you go to page 83 under Board of Supervisors comments, I believe that, what Levi and I was talking about was willing to consider setting aside funds in the budget each year for the PSA to utilize for emergencies, period.
Okay.
Take out those last 2 words because that wasn't my discussion, we
That's
were
fine, yeah.
just,
Strike the last 3 words.
Got it.
well,
1, 2, 3.
yeah, and stop at the end of emergencies with the period. And
Is willing to
Mr. Chair,
consider setting aside funds within the budget,
to utilize for emergencies, period.
period. Okay, so
And
what's
Mr.
that
Chairman,
word?
I'd make a motion to amend those minutes to reflect that if you're,
Okay.
Second.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, I should've, it just hit me.
That's okay.
Right.
Cause that's what you
That's what we
you
did.
meant.
That's what we were discussing.
Okay, we will make that revision
Well,
or
we're gonna
edit.
vote on it, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Did you second?
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, may I take the motion, or?
I made the motion that you,
Levi seconded.
yeah, so then just,
On a motion to amend on page 83, to remove the last three and for the first bullet, utilize for emergencies, period. Nothing after that. Mr. Booth?
yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Abstain.
And Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman? Okay,
And the reason, because that's what we was doing, and I apologize, I should have called, it just dawned on me, like I was thinking back, something was nagging at me.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
motion to adjourn, Mr. Cox? Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
I think it's.
Adjourn? Yes. And Mr.
Jerry,
Terman?
you wanna stay?
Nah,
It's whatever
I do
this
have
is.
to stay.